Hello, everybody. I hope folks are having a pretty nice day. That's where my headset should be. Yeah. I hope folks are having a fantastic day. And enjoying their various shenanigans thereabout. I'm doing pretty great. Had a nice, enjoyable, succulent Brazilian meal. And yeah. Enjoyed birthday festivities, which resulted around food and horrifying movies.
Is everything in place?
Almost.
What do you mean, almost?
I have spoken with Montreal. The broadcast satellites are ours when we need them. A few weeks of discomfort and the public will be primed for our recall.
And the clinics?
We control their birth rates. They will do as we say. I still think we should wait for the referendum. We can't afford to wait. America's Science Board convenes next month. But the mood among the delegates is shifting. I'm positive that given more time...
No. By going public with this discovery, Sarif is forcing our hand.
The world will not change overnight just because David Sarif wills it. Besides, we can do nothing until our biochip is ready.
I thought you said you were close.
Finding the correct nerve interface has proven more challenging than anticipated. Fortunately, thanks to David, I now know where to look.
And in Washington tonight, crowds continue to gather in front of the Capitol. Most are demanding that Congress severely restrict efforts to alter the human body's abilities. This in response to claims made by biotechnology expert David Sarif that his firm may have discovered a way to make human-controlled evolution available to all. Sarif Industries researchers are set to arrive in Washington tomorrow to defend their claim. But for tonight, this is Eliza Kassan reporting to you live from Vegas.
With all due respect, Major, I'll expect 2 security details waiting for us on the tarmac. No, we won't be going through the terminal. It's too exposed. Yes. I'm glad you understand. Good night, idiot.
Something wrong?
No, not for me it isn't. But you keep pulling on that necklace, Dr. Reed, and you're gonna break it. Come on, Meg. You've defended your research before.
That was different. Then it was all just theories. But this discovery, Adam, it's big. Kepler big. Rosetta Stone big.
So, what's the problem?
They'll want to know how I found it.
Megan, we're leaving for DC and... Adam, you're there. Good, good.
You need something, boss?
Yeah, I want to go over your security plans for Washington before we leave. You and your team ready to go, Megan?
Almost, David. We're just rechecking data.
Well, make it snappy. We have to actually be in Washington before you can dazzle all those federally appointed know-it-alls.
I hate it when he does that. Come on, I'll walk you part way.
Alright. And I do enjoy the color scheme. It feels very kind of Renaissance painting-y, which they did go for in this. Yeah, quiet, I don't know. Oh, good God, that was chunky. I can't think of a sarcastic name for her, so we'll, continue as is. So, this is a game I played when I was in a very kind of...
That's nothing, Adam. Just some of the research. Look, we really have to go.
transformative part of my life, by which I mean late high school. Yeah, late high school. And this game, ironically, is part of what gave me the techno-optimist bent as we slowly descend into a techno-nightmare that is probably more indicative of the first game. But that's for later down the line. AJ 09-0921. Patient X. DNA analysis. Samples taken show unusually high presence of mutagenic chemicals in the primary strand. These don't appear to be harmful, however, in fact, X appears to be healthier and more resilient to infection than most subjects of similar age and ethnic background, although, admittedly, this is based on personal observation only. Access to X's medical files and history is not possible at this time. More interesting to note, however, is what these chemicals do when isolated and introduced to the P-Dot cluster. In less than 24 hours, artificial materials within the cluster have been completely encapsulated in a thick, semi-permeable coating of the subject's own neural tissue. In effect, the invaders are being disguised as part of subject's nervous system. Tests have yet to be concluded, but it is my belief that the not the pedo clusters, the P-Dot clusters built within this unique DNA signature will be undetectable to the human immune system, the bond between what the nervous system and what is external. The device will be blurred to such an extent that no glial tissue buildup will occur. Neuropozyne may no longer be needed. And the Hello Lizard. This game is quite a bit. I don't remember how long it is, but I remember it being fairly long. I remember this guy being an asshole. Hugh Darrow, who is the inventor of modern cybernetic prostheses, from what I recall, will not attend science hearings because he'll be at Panchaea. You have to confirm his attendance, and massive protests in DC, but for any of you who've been to DC, that's actually distressingly normal.
You still have this. It was a spur-of-the-moment purchase. A joke.
Well, it worked, because I forgave you for picking me up in one of those.
And yes, these two did bang once upon a time. Though I should presume most people here have actually played this game back in the day.
Get in the habit of locking your computer, Meg.
I know. Frank gets on me about it too.
Mama Reed. Megan, honey, why aren't you picking up your phone? Try to do it at your house, in your office.
Women were the ones who kept men waiting.
Million messages with that receptionist. Cindy, is it? I'm really starting to get worried, hun. At least when you're not good, and make sure you date every once in a while. I don't suppose you found some nice new man to keep you company, or you're just still burying yourself in work. Call me at the lab. I want to know you're okay. Those kind of questions fall under a slew of legal protections, proprietary information, you name it. Denzel and his legal team are going to be right there with you next to... Stick to the science, you'll be fine. The dog. I think...
Hey, stop reading my email.
Uh-huh. Sorry about all the graphs, got excited. Short answer to the original breakdown I sent is this. Yes, DNA samples are remarkable and we were unbelievably lucky to catch the reason why. We've been working with VersaLife's new chaos model, Genematrix, which is trying to apply fractal mathematics to the study of genetic mutation. In essence, we're trying to predict the future of human evolution using past mutations stored in the database of our mitochondria. So, if I recall correctly, this is like related to dinosaur research in future iterations of reality. Thing is, simply said, it's one of our evolutionary models of the future. We're talking about someone who's had a... It was mean for medicine alone. You have a living, breathing Nobel Prize on your hands. Thing is, I can't tell you if this is natural leap in evolution or something done to the mother while the baby was in vitro. But I don't know this person's mother had no such mutation. The mitochondria don't lie. Interesting. So that reminds me of a plot reveal far later in the game, which I won't spoil now, but we'll look at. And I think this game was middlingly popular. The second game was much less popular, but I think this one was reasonably so.
What did you mean back there, Meg? About how you found it?
Nothing. It's just my nerves talking.
There's something I should know about this place, about Sarif.
Megan,
Hold on.
we're still getting biochemical fluctuations across the artificial flow cells.
Okay. But the increased neural peptides coming from the PDOT cluster could be throwing off your calibrations.
Right. I'll double check that.
I can't believe you were asking about David. You've been here long enough to know of Eric. You wouldn't be avoiding me, would you?
I wouldn't dream of it, Dr. Reed. I think I know why Declan's readings are off.
Too many peptides?
I'm thinking the glial tissue breakdown you noticed after splicing in the repressive protein might be the cause. If we had a better cytometer...
We might get a more accurate reading of the TRC theory. I'll ask David to consider it.
Well, if he orders one from Page Industries, maybe they'll throw in another cappuccino maker.
Let me know if anything's too quiet.
The work we're doing is good. We're helping people overcome their physical limitations.
Yeah, except most of our clients seem to be DOD.
You're doing
It's
good.
not all
Just another hour to go.
We work with teachers, doctors, construction workers.
Damn it! Watch it, Eddie. Those boxes are worth more than your salary.
Sorry.
Nia, you almost ready?
For Washington? Huh.
Ah, Dr. Reed. This is General O'Neill. Dr. Sevchenko was telling me you've made progress on the Typhoon.
Yes, thanks to Vasily, actually.
As I was saying, sir, the Typhoon
Have
is
to
a
increase
modified combat
after.
chassis like the one I'm wearing. But I've improved its design using shaped microcharges to propel the steel balls.
And the backblast problem?
Solved through kinetic bleeders in the augment. Here, watch. Go ahead.
Impressive. How soon till it's ready?
I'm afraid I have to run, but Vasily has all the details, General.
Of course.
We still have some work to do to improve the Typhoon.
You're right. The teacher would just love having one of those things.
You're missing the point. Defense contracts keep us afloat, but neural augmentations that make you think faster, react quicker, they can really improve a life. Everybody's lives. David's talked about it for years.
Yeah, he is a talker.
He's a good man. Admit it, Adam. A part of you likes him.
I like everyone, Dr. Reed.
Yeah, right.
How far are you going?
Diane's office. I forgot to leave her a key so she can walk Kubrick. He's gotten big, you know. Keeps knocking over all my plants.
Did you destroy that vase yet?
I moved it. And I fenced in the yard. Like you always said you were going to.
Yeah, never got around to that. Sorry.
Me too. About a lot of things. Adam, there's something
Good evening.
Oh, I forgot about Richard.
So, are we all ready for the trip?
There's Farida. I'd better hurry. See you at the helipad, Adam.
Sure.
Did I interrupt something, Jensen?
Fixed that firewall yet?
You don't fix an entire firewall. You find the loophole and plug it.
Then did you plug it?
Yes, I did. Want to know how? Oh, wait, I forgot. Ex-cop. I doubt you'd understand.
Ex-SWAT, and you'd be surprised. Sarif has to see you too.
Athena. She wants me to show her how to track our scientists' implanted locator devices. In case your security plans in Washington don't measure up.
They will.
Gentlemen, how wonderful to see you both. Go right in, Adam. He's waiting.
This is the newest in encrypted GPL trackers. It transmits data to our dedicated
I don't care what it takes. I want you, Darrow, in Washington, by my side.
The man doesn't jump for anyone. He's a Nobel Prize winner.
Senators love this guy, Lyle. The hearings will go much smoother with him there. Big day for us tomorrow. Everything in place?
Yes, sir. Capitol Police will escort us to the Hill, and then Federal Protection production services takes over.
Good, good. How's our girl holding up?
She's nervous.
All she has to do is show him her research. She explain it to you?
Not really into the whole science thing, boss.
It's incredible. All those purists out there accusing us of tampering with the natural order, when all Megan's done is figure out how to unlock the potential that exists within our own DNA. It's safer and easier than anything you Darrow ever did.
Environmental malfunction. Laboratory subsection 6. All lab chiefs, please report in.
We better not take any chances. Not tonight. Use my elevator to get down there. You know the code?
Yeah, 0451.
Let me know what you find. Athena, get someone to shut off the damn racket.
Yes, sir.
Alright, and we have control of the game again. Audio, dialogue, just crank that up all the way. Alright, I don't think we should do anything now. That could be him. Oh, hello, Marvin. Yeah, I'm already thinking about...
Pritchard, where's Megan? She reported in yet?
Her GPL implant shows her moving through the microcam labs. I think she's running.
Damn it. Must have been a serious equipment failure. Can you get eyes on her?
I'm trying, but the intellicams aren't responding. There's interference coming from somewhere. Find out what's happening, Jensen. Hurry!
Pritchard? Pritchard!
Don't worry, we'll be back in that office again later, Marvin. So we can inspect it. I feel we want to get into the energy of the game and begin with the shoot. But, like, I'm looking at a lot of this, and I'm fascinated at how more of it seems, like, logical than I would expect. So I think we do have subdermal trackers that are capable of kind of tracking to someone very closely nowadays. So that's not too far off. A lot of this is wildly hilarious for like a science lab. I wish science labs looked like this. They look like meth shacks. Ugh. Though I don't even know what the purpose of this is. It's just like a girder. There's also more science personnel here than I would have expected. Honestly, though, I also like the lamps. This world is one that I find fascinating on the face of it. It is, at this point, a reality full of hope, pride, and kind of curiosity for the future, which is why I appreciate it as much as I do. What's the melee command? Or do we not have a melee command? Because I kind of like seeing things go positively in our world here, though, as I'm remembering the beginning segment here, we have all this nice crap immediately blown up. Which, I'm sure that won't be problematic at all. Yeah, that's my regrettable... I feel that's yet another example of, oh, well, he's just being a little tone deaf, it's okay. Just a crazy old man. We don't need all those science people, that's what the AI will do. Though, this just makes me think now, the whole idea of shows having science writers or, like, a subject matter expert is something that I think that's pretty important. Like, if you're going to do a show that makes fun of, like, religion or something like that, or like quantum theory, I feel like you should have someone who is familiar with those quite intimately, because you're able to make fun of it better, and you will have people nitpicking it less. Like, going through Evil with a few friends now, and just kind of like looking at the nonsense of the Catholic Church is hilarious. Nitpicking drives engagement. I mean, you're probably not wrong, but like, do you really want people nitpicking a show? Nitpicking feels like more YouTube energy. And I guess that might feed in. But where I was going with that is I would like it if like cyberpunk games had a science advisor. Cause like I'd like to see a realistic science lab, even if you're kind of going for the techno-futurist nonsense here, which will be a lot more aggressive when we get to China now that I think about it. Because this is not looking like any science lab that I've ever stumbled into or may or may not have Mr. Magoo'd my way into, and or what have you. And that makes me think, like, I've been to research labs or observed research labs at a couple of Ivy League schools, which is the mainly Mr. Magooing my way in. Like, I've seen what Stanford's looks like for some of their physics labs. Same for not MIT, but for actually no, MIT as well. What's the other one? Harvard. So I'm only looking at it from a Ivy League kind of perspective, which is very kind of biased there, I won't deny. Okay, you're dead. It's an interesting world to observe, but oh, good lord. I will say thank you for pointing it out, Marvin, because I realize I've never looked at a corporate lab. And seeing how different that might be. Because this is technically more sincere to the corporate world. And I highly doubt that they'd spend, like, aluminum sheeting or whatever the hell this might be. Oh, but this would be so... this is just making me sad. I would be so hype if I worked in a lab that looked like this. I will say they get kind of the energy down of the science people, from what I recall. Because the lady who was kind of a condescending dick at the very beginning, that was like, "Careful what you're doing with that. That's worth more than your entire salary." When she was, in fact, the one just standing in the middle of the hallway with zero situational awareness. That's very appropriate for academia. But I really want to know how to punch things. Right, that's that. Okay. I'm sure the game will tell us if we have a tool to do that. But, like, if you ever have...
shows the bullet caused severe hematoma. We need to repair that artery.
My God, how thick was the glass?
Come on, Adam. Stay with us. Yeah, he's no good to me like this.
Prepare for insertion of ERCC-1 graft.
Steady, steady.
He doesn't need that.
Where's that cyber arm prosthesis?
I love you.
Haven't you lost enough people today?
I'm sorry.
We're seconds away.
His body can take it.
Miraculous.
I think we got him, Doc.
Give him the info link.
Fine. Give me the telecom package.
Indeed. Win in the video game, die in the cutscene. And indeed, we can rebuild him. We have the $3 million man, though I think RoboCop might be more accurate here. But if you have the opportunity to just like goblin your way to a local university and like they're not too spooky, like you could just see if you can like look through a window to see what their lab looks like, or just like goblin around. Or you can just email the professor and say like, hey, I'm really interested in this field. Could I get a tour of your lab? And you might get lucky. Because I could be incredibly arrogant about it. Be like, oh, yes, I'm so excited to show off my thing. Or what have you. Also, hello, Wick. And I don't know if I said hello, Rusty. And yeah.
Adam, it's David. You in the building?
Just enter the lobby.
Sorry to put you out of sick leave so soon, but we've got a situation. I'm breaking out of Milwaukee Junction factory. Meet me at the helipad.
I have to see Pritchard first. Something's wrong with my retinal enhancement.
Frank's on the second floor in the tech lab. Make it quick. People's lives are at stake.
I think it's after the tutorial, which we're still technically in, that you get to do that. Yeah, I don't miss actual university labs either. I like the idea of them, but the grad students are not treated well.
Jensen, isn't it a bit early to toss him back into the trenches?
I hear he's almost fully recovered.
His body accepted augmentations with remarkable ease, but that doesn't mean his mind did. We all know what happened when he was with SWAT.
The Mexican Town massacre wasn't his fault.
Then why was he kicked off the force? I'm just saying he's too much of a risk.
I love mid-2000s.
Welcome back, Mr. Jensen. The new look suits you.
Jensen? Didn't hear you coming. You should probably be heading for the helipad, don't you think?
I'll get there. But I thought I'd better clear up a few things first about my current mental state.
Heard that, did you? Look, I'm sorry. It's just that what happened to you was horrible, and most people don't recover this fast.
And you think sitting at home and obsessing over it is the better way to go?
Of course not. It's just
Things have been pretty rough around here, Jensen. The last thing any of us needs is more funerals.
Agreed. Oh, and by the way, that Mexican town massacre was a complete bohica. But I wasn't fired because of it. I quit.
There's a difference?
Yeah, a little thing called integrity. You might want to look it up someday.
Oh my god, he's so edgy! We're playing Stan Marsh. Yeah, they were too hot. Do we go? Yeah, fuck it.
I think it was too much of a risk. I mean, it's a miracle he didn't die in that operation.
Oh.
Looks fine to me.
Alright, let's not do that while there are women talking in there. That's probably a bad idea. We'll loot there later. What lore do we want to do? That's just about the medical clinics. That's about man. New pause is Pog. We'll just do this. Oh no, that's agitprop. Oh god, women talk while pissing.
What do you mean? The least we can do is remind everyone of the sacrifices our scientists made for this company. For the world, even.
Yeah, it's the reminding part that bothers me. I've been in therapy for months trying to forget that night. Seeing the bodies coming out all burned up like that.
I wasn't there, but I heard it was gruesome.
I do like the look of this. It's pretty... very pretty and futury, which is Pog. But, yeah, they have no care for AC one way or the other. Though, there is Gail Bergman. Okay, we can't access that. I'm horrified to hear that you were gassed by butanol, because butane is the fuel for Bunsen burners, from what I recall. So, is butanol an alcohol that you were working with? That sounds like an alcohol. But I think part of it is, like, a lot of the modern science labs at universities are from, like, constructed in the 1950s. So, like, where I went to university at... What are you making?
About time. What happened? You get stuck in an air duct on the way over?
Yeah, nice to see you too, Francis. Something's wrong with my retinal display. Can you fix it?
If it's what I think it is, probably. Of course, it might still. Looks like your left and right imaging processors weren't completely in sync. But don't worry, your Sentinel health implant will kick in soon, repairing any damage that might have caused. Your retinal display should be fine now. Its recognition software won't be picking up hostiles yet, but you should be seeing radar and targeting reticules. Biomedical data too, if you're in pain.
Right. We done here? Because Sarif is waiting for me at the helipad.
I know. Radicals have broken into our manufacturing plant and taken hostages. Maybe this time you'll actually save people.
Are you some kind of radical?
Lucky for you, I'm gonna ignore that comment. We're done here.
Wait, what is that a quote from?
Oh, and by the way, Jensen, I know you've gone through a lot of physical changes of late, but you didn't become a woman.
They do comment about it. Nature of neuroplasticity. Burn Institute. Bernie Bros are taking over. Neuroplasticity literally... I mean, he could have been walking to his office and saw us walking in. Aren't you fired in Deus Ex Original if you're just in the women's bathroom too many times or just stay in there too long? Neuroplasticity literally means the flexibility of the brain to reorganize itself based on the experience. 2 decades ago, the consensus among cognitive neuroscientists like yourself was that the lower brain and neurocortical areas were unable to be changed after development, whereas structures such as memory could be actively altered in areas such as formation of recall. In a series of cleverly designed experiments, Michael Merzrich proved that somatosensory and auditory sensations, touch and hearing respectively, can in fact be modified through practice. This process of long-term potentiation was further explored in a series of studies in the mid-90s at Southern Illinois University, studies which clearly showed how memories could be enhanced by manipulating neuroplasticity. Indeed, with the precise timing available to us today in today's computers, we can clearly see that enhancement in learning can be applied for areas of the motor cortex, auditory cortex, somatosensory cortex, and the hippocampus. Manipulation of neuroplasticity makes it clear that we, as a species, have been blessed with a brain that has an unparalleled flexibility to incorporate neuroprosthetic augmentations. I mean...
Where are you, Adam? You don't have time to mess around. Get to the helipad, or something seriously bad is gonna happen.
Just as I got in Gok Gok Potato... Yeah, no, that's too much. Just as soon as we crouched in front of Pitch Richard, we got called out.
And the Washington hearings being postponed. Now this. Damn fanatics. Do you think the news is right? That a pro-human group is behind this, Mr. Cannon?
Don't spread rumors, Dabel.
Sorry, sir.
As if working so much wasn't bad enough. We gotta defend ourselves against a bunch of self-righteous lunatics.
Being so understaffed.
You're not complaining now, are you, Dobell?
No, Mr. Cannon. Sorry.
This looks like Guy Fieri if he stayed out of the kitchen, and this guy looks like a elf that's disguised itself as a human. And I've never considered before, but, like... what would the world look like if we had a version of diners, drive-ins, and dives that just observed, like, elven restaurants? Like, would he like it? Would he, like, recommend things? Like, what if you have donkey sauce with salad? Like, elven salad?
But you, 6 months is a hell of a short time to come back from the dead. You sure you're ready for this?
Only one way to find out.
Roger that. The boss is already on board, arguing with the DPD's tactical response team. They've got the plant surrounded, but Mr. Seraph wants you to go in first. Are you all set here? Because the sooner we take off, the better it will be for everyone.
I'm ready.
Great. Then let's get airborne.
I told Farida to put us down on a roof. I don't want the crowd seeing you go in.
Fine. As long as she pulls you out the minute I'm gone. So what am I looking at here? Who are these guys?
Pro-human purists, or so they say. The same purists who've been firebombing limb clinics all over the country.
You buy that?
Nah, I don't think it's a coincidence they hit us today, only hours after we moved the Typhoon in for assembly line factory.
The Typhoon? Megan's team was testing it the day that bastard... Who's on point for these guys?
Adam, I know you and Megan were once...
Who is on point for these guys?
Goes by the name of Sanders. That's him there. He's an augmented Adam, so he can't be one of the mercs who attacked us, but he did know exactly how to get inside our plant.
All right, so how do you want me to handle this?
First priority is the Typhoon. I'm keeping SWAT out until you've secured it. As far as rules of engagement go, I'll defer to you. Lethal or non-lethal?
I'm not looking to start a firefight in there, just neutralize them.
Okay, but just make sure those bastards don't wake up and warn their friends. You remember what it's like in there? A lot of tight enclosed hallways, but the labs themselves are pretty open, high ceilings. So, do you want something you can use from a distance, or up close?
The closer the better, I think. That way I'll be sure they stay down.
You got it. The Typhoon should be in the factoring labs, but Pritchard will tell you more as you go in. I've got him running comms.
Terrific. Anything else?
Keep your eyes open for hostages. Free them if you can, but the Typhoon is your #1 priority. We developed it for the Alphabet agencies, and if we don't deliver it to them intact and still a secret, well, I'm sure you'll get the job done right.
Gentlemen, prepare for landing.
What are his shoes? They look like Crocs for a second. Yeah, I forgot about the candy, but I remember beating the ever-loving crap out of people, which was pretty fun. And are we fighting Bernie Sanders himself? Or his son, Ezekiel? Actually, like, that's a biblical name, like... Is there any, like, Bible lore that they called this guy for, or is Zeke just kind of, like, a goblin name that goes well with, like, domestic terrorism? Because I actually don't know.
Tell me you're the guy we've been twiddling our thumbs waiting for.
SI Security. Name's Jensen.
Jensen? Yeah. I thought I recognized you. Used to be on Team 2 till that Mexican town thing went down. I gotta say, you're the last person I pictured taking orders from a CEO.
Things change.
Not always for the better. Feel like getting in there and doing whatever it is your boss wants you to do? Because maybe then we can do our job.
You look pretty dug in up here. What's the react team plan?
We got Alpha as point and Bravo as wing, both standing by to breach the target. We're coordinating from here, but until your boss gives us the go-ahead, we're just holding our dicks.
Realistically, how much time do I have before any shooting starts?
According to protocol, none. According to your lawyers, the sooner you get in there, the sooner we can hose this powder keg down and call it a day.
Intel on these purists. How much you got?
How much you want?
They communicate any demands yet?
Not yet, but I get the feeling they're not that organized. Most of the guys I've seen look like street bangers and thugs. The kind who get their jollies trashing equipment. You ask me, it's the man in charge you have to worry about.
The leader's name is Sanders, right? What's his story?
Zeke Sanders. We're running background on him now. Looks like he fought 2 tours in the Gulf. One of them on a recycled military bill.
You mean he's augmented? Seraph told me he's not.
He used to be augmented. Says his Augs made him do evil shit, so he ripped him out. Now he's got a whole crew of gullible street kids listening to his crap and ready to die for him. Or kill.
How many am I looking at down there?
Hard to say. We've spotted 3 in the courtyard, maybe half a dozen inside. But that's a sketchy estimate at best, since we seem to be getting a loop playback off your telecams.
That shouldn't be possible. I told Seraph to make sure Pritchard overhauled the system.
Well, someone inside must be tech savvy, because all we're seeing is a loop. For all we know, there could be 5, 10, or 3 dozen perps in there.
I think I've heard enough.
You sure? Wouldn't want to make your boss unhappy.
We've got people inside. Any idea where I should look for them?
Yeah. Your plant manager, Josie Thorpe, managed to slip a call out before someone snatched her cell. She said the hostages are being held in an office near the assembly labs.
Makes sense. The workers were setting up for a production run, so they'd have been concentrated there.
You know more about that than I would. Anything else?
I got it from here. Sit tight. Wait for Seraph's signal.
Like we got a choice.
Insert clever modern-day political commentary, I'm sure. I do find it fascinating that we are living in 2027. I think it is good that we're playing this in 2025. Gives us a few more years to hope that we'll...
Jensen, it's me, Pritchard. Where are you?
On a roof overlooking the plant.
Good. Your point of entry should be through shipping and receiving.
Should be, Francis. The hell does that mean?
We have an employee entrance there, heavily guarded by purists, no doubt. So, if you're not a fan of the frontal assault, I suppose you could try accessing the building's roof.
Do we have access to level ups yet? Praxis we do get by leveling up Pog. Seraph class does seem like a very fun thing to name, like, a secret stuff. Because, like, I don't know, it feels like very Evangelion energy, if I dare say so. Though I would hate living in the world of Evangelion. I think that's probably, of the sci-fis I can think of, I think it's the most cursed of the ones that allegedly exist. I held that down. I didn't kill him! It said hold to silently knockout. Okay, wait a second. Latest autosave. Am I just gaslighting myself? I was planning on doing a non-lethal run. Or at least as non-lethal as I can do. Alright, let's look at that again. Oh, it's pressed to knock them out. Just a misclick. Listen, Adam Jensen's a good lad. He would never murder anything or anyone unnecessarily. As we've learned from all those games of the David Cage... No, not David Cage. David Cage wants you to very much do particular choices. As we learned from The Quarry and the vampire sex one, I'm sorry, yeah, let's go with that. You have to play the characters in order to get the correct story, and you know, Adam's a good lad. He would never, ever, you know, purposefully murder someone for no reason. I mean, why would you do that? It's just perfectly unreasonable to do. I mean, he doesn't want to be a cyborg man. Though, if I'm going to be entirely honest here, like, can you imagine, like, alright, I don't know how many of you have been fat and then lost weight, or have just worn something quite heavy. Like, it's not pleasant just having more weight on you. No one...
Nicely done, Jensen. May I ask how?
A vent on the roof. It'll be in my report next time we discuss security loopholes.
Oh, goody. I'll be sure to take notes. The Typhoon is in the factoring labs. There's an elevator just past the assembly labs that will take you to it.
Got it.
And, like, how much do you think all of the cybernetics we have in us weigh? Like, 100 pounds? So you have a dude probably, like, with some muscle on him weighs, like, 200 something. Now he's, like, a 350-pound dude. With all of the chrome in him. I can't imagine that's pleasant. Or would you not notice it because you have strength augmentation? This is what I don't understand. Taiyang Medical continues global expansion. Shanghai-based Taiyang Medical Corporation increased its market share by 7.3% this week thanks to the acquisition of human modification specialists Lairdo Manufacturing PLC of Chile. The company now owns and operates plants in 15 countries worldwide. Perhaps more than any other place, Detroit embodies the change America has undergone the past 2 decades, devastated first by the demise of the auto industry and then by the global oil crash of 2015. This former heart of American enterprise has lost many of its once proud neighborhoods to decay, poverty, and crime. Still, there is hope. In 2007, augmentation developer Seraph Industries made Detroit its corporate headquarters, converting a defunct automotive plant into a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility. David Seraph, CEO of the firm, adamantly believes Detroit can become a beacon city where capital investment and urban renewal set the standard for the whole country. It says Seraph human enhancement technology will lead mankind to a brighter future in Detroit with it. Yeah. We have 2 years. I've actually used these before at work. Apparently, pallet jack technology hasn't changed in, however many years. Hello, Finboy. Detroit has become a bright city. The flames of progress burn bright in America's once vast beacon. Exactly, no need to, change perfection. Oh dear, oh dear. Shit. Alright. So, that's unfortunate. I mean, Detroit did have the... I mean, exactly. The human head is a very strong apparatus that can stand much strain in order to synergize its defensive properties, so it's perfectly reasonable that that happens. Exactly. We have to suffer through such maladies due to our failure to save Harambe. I think it's only fair that, you know, suffering increases due to the failure of a 12-year-old child. Of not jumping in a pit that is very obviously dangerous. What? But, who am I to judge? Honestly, I do find it fascinating that these guys go down as easily as they do. Because, like, think about it. I think we have it pretty well mapped out, the specific kind of force needed in order to arrest the mental activities of a person. Say it's pretty robust. Alright, so we go over here. And hello, Mish. Big mercy pointed. I mean, we never asked for this, and they never asked to die, so it's only fair that we pay kind with kind. I mean, Adam Jensen is a reasonable-ish lad. And, you know, we want to embody the Detroit we want to see. And, you know, having a bunch of unconscious people on the streets, not due to a fentanyl overdose or whatever the hell it is going on in Detroit, is like a nice thing to do. We want to see Detroit? I mean, we want to see everywhere to prosper. We have to think about this like Vicky 3. In Vicky 3, you don't want any part of your country to be a shithole because that means number isn't going up as much as it can. So it's important that we manage expectations adequately to make things pog. And we all want things to be pog, right? You wouldn't pog a car. I don't know where I'm going with that, but it is certainly a place. Exactly. Though I'm sad, Finboy, you didn't use our off-brand, on-brand, Pog symbol. This shows a distinct lack of brand loyalty. Cruel, even. Exactly. Though, wasn't it like a gentleman that was the symbol of Pog? Didn't they have to delete him for some reason? Indeed, it's been so long. It's almost been... It's almost like I haven't streamed for a year and a half. Imagine all of that content we missed in that time. All of the shenanigans. He got cancelled? I suppose that makes sense. I wonder if there's any way I could look up internal documentation on, like, the minute notes of removing the Pog Man, or if that was just, like, in a Chime meeting. Think he was an anti-vaxxer? Huh. Of all the things to get cancelled for, that's awfully benign. I would have assumed it was, how do you say, misconduct of the biblical nature. As is tradition of 90% of content creators on every brand. Yeah, that's not a good idea. I feel anybody talking about their actual political views, if they're not a political podcaster or what have you, or a political Twitcher, is probably not the best idea. Unless it's like a meme or something like that. Like, you go out there and, like, I think vaccines turn children into dragon monsters that then infest the dreams of heroin addicts. I think that's fascinating. He'll be secretary for Twitch. Jeff Bezos is nationalized. We're going to nationalize the Bezos.
Jensen, I just tried to unlock the assembly lab door, but my override codes aren't working. Someone's changed the protocols.
What? Didn't you plug the...
I'm on it. But until I find this particular breach and fix it, you'll have to hack the door manually. Pritchard out.
I mean, if that was true, it'd be pretty pog for vaccines, I don't deny. I don't remember much about the hacking minigame in Deus Ex, if I'm gonna be recallatory. Oh dear. Because, what is it in, like, other settings, like, vaccines turn people into, like, not dragon monsters, but, like, isn't it, like, some weird vaccine thing in, like, Resident Evil, or... No, Dying Light that causes, like, the zombie monsters. No, I just have to tell everybody that the vaccines will give you, like, oh god, what would I say vaccines give you? They give you mind powers. Like brain psychic powers. So I do suppose there is an interesting conversation to have from the socioeconomics perspective, where you have vaccine skepticism transferring, like, primary sectors of people. like originally before COVID, it was like suburban moms. And I'm curious if we're going to go back to the world of like suburban mom anti-vaxxerism, or if that ship has sailed, and we finally won't have like measles outbreaks at like Disneyland. That'd be nice. I mean, just because you have psychic powers doesn't mean you're a nerd, because if we're going to be entirely honest, like, the people are going to abuse their psychic powers to do something like, I'm going to look through the sweater of woman so I could see booba. That feels like a very, like, dude thing to do. I'm sure a number of ladies will be looking at Donger. No, not dirty bastard. That's a lucky emote, right? I fucking hate that he did that. Ah. You know what? I one day aspire to be as good at Twitch as Lucky. Oh, no. Just want these wild-ass emotes that I can throw at people. He took it straight out of a video game. Well, I'm glad to hear I'm already at Lucky's level in terms of Twitch emotes. Oh, yeah, perfect. The sleepwalking world. Wake up! A fortress of lies is hidden in the heart of America. It has many names. Dreamland, Groom Lake, Area 51, Magic. For decades, this clandestine military facility has been declared a non-place. It does not exist. What transpires beneath the desert sands there is isolated from the oversight of any kind. If they will not open it, they must be forced. Lethal military technologies are unleashed on a daily basis. Biological weapons, research, exotic power systems, synthetic intelligence, use of energetic devices, objects of paranormal and or xenoterrestrial origin. The place is protected by killers and assassins paid by paid lackeys and turncoat politicians. It is shrouded in lies and deceit. There is no one to stop the mad scientists from tampering with forces beyond their understanding. Every day, this black zone remains intact. We are threatened by uncontrolled experimentation taking place there. What are they hiding? My apologies if that was too loud. I looked at my soundbar and I realized that I peaked into the max of red. But I do think I did a very good VA work for conspiracy theorists. So I'm going to pat myself on the back there. Actually, you know what? That's me patting myself on the back. If only it didn't contain Mahjong. What's wrong with Mahjong? I will try and rein it in the next conspiratorial thing, or just like do the thing that they do in movies when they're like about to knock someone out and just like do like the okay, don't say the suffocation pillow, but you know the thing, and just talk through that. That'll probably deafen it enough, or dampen is the correct term, I suppose. Without a single benefit. I love the idea of Mahjong, though. I guess we dropped the double barrel shotgun? I mean, I wish I was this 80-year-old Chinese grandma, so that I would be able to understand Mahjong, like, inherently. I mean, I've played a bit in Yakuza, and I've enjoyed what I've played. It's just beyond me. Like, it took me forever to figure out that's a bit of hyperbole, but it took me forever to decipher the true meaning of Farkle in Kingdom Come Deliverance. Hell no, you didn't. But, I think Sunaj added me in a lucky chord about playing Mahjong, which I think I forgot to respond to. Which would be in current Wellington fashion of brain looping the ability to respond to people. Which is something that I want to work on. But I would like to play with people, though I don't feel comfortable doing so until I know it a bit better, because I don't want to waste anybody's time. I mean, I feel a lot of games are. Because, like, you're playing, like, D&D. Granted, there's, like, an autism portion to the luck that is engaged upon by, like, over-optimizing the fun out of the game by getting yourself 30, armor class in Pathfinder at, like, level 5 because you're a bastard who, is a bastard. I'm not bitter about this happening to me at all in any campaign that I've done. Totally not bitter at all. Alright. But I digress. We have... I don't know. I don't mind luck-based games. They have their place. I think so long as you understand that there's a luck component and you hate that luck component, or like you can get pretend mad at the luck component, you should be fine. Like I am currently regularly playing Farkle at work with a friend. I showed it to him 2 weeks ago. And, like, when we have downtime, we've just been throwing dice at each other. And it's been a nice way to pass the time, and it's always fun to see the demonstration of your luck stat. Which overall, I think I have a pretty decent luck stat, IRL. At least it has served me well in these times. I think there's an innate human need towards fairness that if you get screwed too hard via luck, or if the person that you're playing with is a complete bastard about it, you can get your monkey brain rage, your Harambe rage energy, just activated there, which is not ideal. All staff, temporary disruption of services, Yosi Thorpe, names and numbers. Can you send me the names and employee numbers for everyone who will be working this weekend? We'll have to generate new security passcodes for all volunteers. HQ wants us to keep a tight lid on this one. Thorpe, plant manager, Seraph Industries. Final push on contract blah. So the first contract of 2027. Nearing the final stages of production for the Typhon system. I'd like to thank you all for your hard work and dedication. Corporal Agitprop. You didn't. I know we can use extra money, but if I go to mom and dad's without you again, you know my dad's just gonna ask why you're putting so many hours in at Area 51. He refuses to see the work you do as good. Can we discuss this, please? Hey Trish, gonna have to work again this weekend. We got an important rush job on Monday, and they need to get the line set up before then. Now before we say anything, remember it's time and a half, and you know we need the cash. Hello all, working hard to deliver some large contracts, blah 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 blah. Quality and safety. So you know this is a bad company because they're not saying safety and quality. The correct way to do this agitprop is safety first, quality second, productivity third. This shows you that they don't know the true happenings of what is up. I have been just meandering the wrong side of the building this entire time, haven't I? Yeah, that was a complete side job. Ugh. You know what? The important thing is we acquired lore. No, but seriously, where do we need to go? Probably where it says assembly line. So I did do a 60% detection.
Access granted.
When I was doing a test run to see if this worked, I was using an old save from a million years ago. When I last played this game. And I don't remember it being too terrible. I'm also actually surprised I've only had one goof as so far, combat-wise.
Jesus Christ, you killed him, man! He asked for it. Kept calling me a biggie. No way, no way! I am not going to prison for this! Hate to tell you this, Trev. Once that bomb goes off, this guy won't be the last skinner in here who buys it. Shut up, J-Ro. Trevor, you gotta calm down. Help me find something to cover him up with. I'm telling you, man, these handle lovers deserve what's coming to them.
So I suppose that's a bespoke racial epithet. Oh, no, 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 no. So, like, what in the world could Hanser... Oh god, I need to see... Pardon me. I almost knocked over my drink as I grabbed something to, close my face when I needed to sneeze. Shove you over there.
Someone over there?
No, we can lure him over.
Must have been a shadow or something.
Must have been the wind. Thankfully, everybody's perception checks are ass. Though, like, looking at this, I realize how bad IRL perception checks are. Acolytos, we're go for tonight, meet you at M Junction, precisely a quarter of the hour. Being early means you draw attention. Being late means you get left behind. China boy will hack us in. Place should be empty except for a few guards de seguridad. You know the routes. Failsafe code is 1505. Though, like,
What was that?
it baffles me why people are so kind... Fuck.
Run, you bastard! You better run!
It baffles me that people are so kind of up in arms about, like, human modification via this. I kind of get it via genetically because there's like too many unknown variables that can come. That go into play there that we have to be mindful of. And as we all know, being mindful of various things going on around you is important. But you say this, Finboy, but I want you to imagine all of the criminal things that are currently being sent on Telegram. And presuming it's just some modern or some video game version of Telegram. Which then it would make sense. Right, I have to remember that middle mouse is the button for shooting people via first person. Really hoping I remember this correctly. Indeed, I did. Suppose this goes back to the candy idea for knocking people out. No, but how do crime people do crimes nowadays, right? Because that was one of the fascinating things about The Wire, is looking about the evolution of how criminal enterprises communicate over time and in response to increasing police capability to track them, or kind of identify how to track them. Because we have, like, them beginning with stuff like track phone, which ironically is a... No, that's later season. So they begin with, like, you know, using payphones and varying the payphones because, you know, getting a warrant and all that stuff is annoying, and especially the variants. Nice try, Fed. Yeah. Listen, just because my streamer name is XXX not a Fed XXX69 doesn't mean that I'm a member of the FBI. I mean, who would be so silly as to name themselves something so suspicious if you're a Fed, right? I would never disrespect my Connors that way. That would be terrible. You know, look at me. I'm a local streamer. What's up, gamers? I hear it's time to overthrow the government, right? Could you speak into the microphone real closely there? We can talk about our overthrowing the government plans. Whose government? Well, yours, of course. I am totally not part of Galactic Interpol. Hello, greetings, fellow knaves. Yeah. Friendly neighborhood streamer. Yeah, I'm in everybody's neighborhood. Don't you know I'm just a synthetic construct created by the Gestalt consciousness of the deep state, or the international lobby for VTubers that is totally not influencing your mind at all. Please, no spoiling the insane plot. I'm not spoiling the game's plot.
I'm relaying good news, I hope.
They're safe, and they're staying put. SWAT will have to exfil them as soon as I've got the prototype.
I'll tell Sarif, but don't take too long.
Who's in charge? You look like you're in charge, because...
Careful!
Why is she so echoey?
Hey, just put it away.
Echoey. How do I? Oh no, you're in charge. I thought your wife was in charge.
Listen up. I need you all to stay calm, keep your voices down, and wait here for SWAT. The plant's not clear yet.
Not clear, but those terrorists, they've got my wife.
Your wife?
She's the manager here. Josie Thorpe. They said they needed her to open the administration building. They were looking for evidence of some kind. Please, I haven't seen her since. You have to find her.
I'll do my best. But right now, I need you all to stay here and wait for the police. Can you do that?
Yes, of course. But please, hurry.
You said they were looking for evidence? What kind of evidence?
I don't know. They're purists. They think the body is sacred and shouldn't be tampered with. They probably want something that will implicate us in moral wrongdoings.
Did they know about the typhoon?
It's a top secret contract. How could they? And we only moved it in a few hours ago. Please, I don't think they expected anyone would be working today. And now that they're backed into a corner, you have to find my wife, please.
Like the monks in Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah, but I feel they're a mix between like the Gangoons known as the Maelstrom. If we shoot this, does it go off? Wait. That's not a solution. That can't be a solution to this puzzle. We're going back because I'm always curious to see what alternate options are available to us. And I made a quick save, and I'm hoping all its goodness. Not far enough. My curiosity is going to be the end of me, no matter what video game we're playing, but we have the benefit of them all being chunked up together here.
Jesus Christ, you killed him, man!
He asked for it. Kept calling me a bigot.
No way! I am not one.
Sounds like trouble. Try me now. Start running.
Okay. Never mind. We're not testing that theory. The game's a little bit too slow to load for me to do that. But I suspect theoretically here that we could in fact shoot this and be fine, which is deeply surprising. But like I really do need to finish Cyberpunk. I've gone through like Cyberpunk like twice. And I always stop playing. I think we'll probably stream Cyberpunk at some point because the more I think about it, the more these worlds kind of collide together a little bit. Because, you know, they both involve the eventual decline and collapse of the United States. Which, as your local American streamer, I assure you is in fact not Pog. It's very not Pog. And therefore we should avoid that. Because it's not Pog. But it's not. I mean, what benefit will having the USA explode give you, huh, Mr. Man? None. And as we all know, we should always be engaging upon actions that increase our marginal utility. Memes. I don't think the meme economy will be powerful enough to have that be a good synergy of everybody's time. if I may even be so bold, I would say it is sub-optimal. The worst kind of optimal. That's exactly what a Fed would say. Alright. Let's not insinuate local innocent streamer is a Fed. I have my not a cop badge here, right here, ready to show people, to show that I'm in fact not a Fed. The inevitable golden era of EU supremacy. You say that, Wick, but Europe had its golden era of supremacy, and it ended in 2 world wars. Are we going to guarantee that another 2 world wars don't occur? Because in current state, you would have an ununified body of Europe kind of coalescing together to take over the job of the remnants of the American Empire, which sounds horribly unstable. And yeah, you should always be maximizing your utility to the best of your ability and synergizing your jive. That's why, like, the dudes ask you if you're a jive turkey in all of those, like, medieval games and movies about the medieval era, is because they want to make sure you're a cool dude. Weapon restock. Get the word out. Grayson's got a new shipment in. You need anything before or after your heist tonight? Weapons, ammo, upgrade. Check them out. Abandoned gas station on 2nd Street, downtown. Tell him Molson sent ya. Hell yeah.
The first time, 6 months ago, on the eve of controversial hearings set to scrutinize the company's research. With those hearings permanently on hold, many are now wondering if something else may be going on. Is David Seraph hiding something? For tonight, this is Eliza Kassan reporting to you live from Picus. Back now to that breaking news coming out of Detroit.
Molson.
Police are still not
Indeed. He's just a, like, little happy moment. Hands moment. I will say, Finboy, us playing Deus Ex, I think, is you getting cucked a little bit. Our options did include Simpsons Hit and Run, which, if I recall correctly, you're a partisan for. But the cruel mistress of fate denied us that for the time being. Instead, we get this. Oh, there we go. And we have to hack this one. I got Lucky to play that? Wow. I know, I watched Lucky stream of it, and it was hilarious watching him do the last mission. It wasn't that bad. I think Lucky did a perfectly adequate time in the video game. It was only the final mission where, like, you have Grandpa, and all those other... A lot of Fury before that mission? He was trying to lock in. Oh, I remember that one. I did appreciate Lucky activating his Ultra Instinct and locking in.
I don't know what the heck to do. Yeah, it feels weird to leave him there alone. Like, what's he looking for? Proof that these fuckers are lying to us, I guess. Just like Zeke said. Hope Zeke knows what he's doing. Me too, man.
I mean, how else did the Fury activate? I was, to be even more candid, I was doing my job while I was watching Lucky play it, so I wasn't fully paying attention to the streams. Really? Not even a warning? I really wish we had an SMG. We're out of the... How are we out of painkillers already? I haven't used them at all. I call hacks video game. Alright. Honestly, getting used to middle mouse button to aim down barrel is the most jarring part of this game. God damn. See, because you guys are accusing me of being a fed, like my sneeze sensors are activating. What is it? I must be sneezing because people are talking mad shit about me. Like, why would you all be so cruel? You're upstanding members of the greater galactic community. And I don't think it's very pog that you make people sneeze. I mean, why would you make my heart stop, huh? I mean, it's okay to make people's hearts stop in the Doki Doki kind of way. But, like, not making people's actual hearts stop. Oh, God. Where's my phone? What did Luggo do? Or what did Luggo not do? He did not, in fact, lock in. Well, I remember him not locking in. It was a... I mean, it did take him, like, another hour after completing that stream that he had to, then go about and then, die. I don't know how I did it in... Okay. I think I need to stream it in order to demonstrate the Simpsons hit and run Excel sheet I made. In order to justify the fact that I am, in fact, not bamboozling anybody. Because I did beat it in... So, several months ago now, Jake was asking, like, hey, does anybody have any idea, like, how long it takes Simpsons hit and run? Because someone gave him a wildly unrealistic, timetable to it. Yeah, the spreadsheet I made. I could pull it up now, and that does give me more of an excuse to have the game seize up on me, so we'll do that real quick. I get to watch Lucky suffer. Alright. What is this? What is this nonsense? Turn... Oh, Lucky. Poor Lucky. No, how do I do this without doxing myself? Alright. So I open up desktop. I open up thing. The Excel... Oh, wait, no. None of the time saved. Alright, never mind. I don't even have... Actually, no. I could look it up by the picture I sent in Jquord. Or is it this Excel document? No, that's my monthly expenses. Item list, that's for D&D. The fake Trump cabinet I made. Alright. So... I'm gonna have to activate my mind. From... Irreverent... Wait, no. In general. From... Irreverent... Why can't I search for myself? From... As... Embedded file. I think I posted an image of it. To buy? How come I can't search for from in Jquord? That's actually very strange. I don't have the energy to do this manually, so I shan't. And now I'm sad. It was like 3.5 hours. I think what I gave Jake to do it in was 4.5, 5. I think I settled on 5 was the closest thing to rational to do. Though I can't search for it, regrettably. But I did it assuming the weekly one-shot format that Jake usually does, which is skipping all the dialogue and, like, not enjoying the game per se, but enjoying the challenge of the mechanics of it. But I didn't realize Jake was actually going to listen to the dialogue of the game. Possibly. Let's take a look. It is indeed this. And that's how I managed to do it. I think I said, like, giving yourself, like, 30 minutes to an hour. Yeah, so I said give yourself 30 more minutes for cutscenes and dialogues, and then give yourself an hour for being blind. And then we can do Photo Man. Nope, not Photoshop, Screen Man. So this is what I said that you could do it in. Surprisingly, it wasn't the final level. It was, what is it? It's, Homer, Bart, Lisa, Marge, Bart, Marge, Homer? I think? Or is it Marge, Bart, Homer? One of those. But if you basically only buy the mission vehicles and you don't spend any money on anything until you get to the sort of if you don't spend any money on anything until you get to the portions where it tells you to buy it. Homer, Bart, Lisa, Marge, Apu. Oh, I forgot you play as Apu. I thought you played as Marge twice. Okay. But you effectively have enough money so long as, like, you're taking every miscellaneous opportunity to run over a soda bin or a box or what have you, which is part of the reason why I said give yourself an extra hour for being blind. So, like, the total time I would have Jake do it is like 5 minutes and 39 minutes. Would probably be a safe, fair kind of way to do it, because I didn't remember if Jake is a... No, I think I got copped a couple times. Because they really don't take that much money from you. Because, like, if you're, like, not bad at video... If you're not bad at, like, racing games, it's not too terribly cruel, which I think is where the advantage comes in.
Yo, anyone there?
I didn't realize you could actually distract people by throwing boxes. It makes this so much easier. No, I wouldn't say it's lucky. Like, I am almost tempted to replicate it on stream to show that it's not that bad. I think I could have done better, but I also could have done worse. So, like, the variance would probably be plus or minus 15 minutes. Because I didn't use any glitches for it. I just played well, assuming that Jake would play well, because I expect him to play well, I trust him to play well. Which might be a dangerous assumption. But hence the extra hour. Because it took... Actually, I don't know how Lucky had that hard of a time. What does this mean for Lucky's legacy? I mean, Lucky secured the Mandate of Heaven, right? So he's fine. Right? #1 Mahjong streamer has already secured his, Imperial Mandate. So he's not going to get declared war on by the EU4 peasant rebellions, which are pretty pog. Or, which is pretty pog, I should say. I do love robbing people so much in this game. It's such a delight. Alright, we've looted over here. We've looted over here. That way is new looting. Needed save states for Mega Man yesterday, though? Is that Lucky or Jake? Mega Man is not a game I would bet in favor of Jake. From what I recall. That and puzzle games at this point. I never expected those words to be about Lucky. Oh, come on. Lucky's our favorite magical girl. So therefore he has to have secured the Mandate of Heaven. I mean, isn't he the top VTuber streamer in the community? Or top streamer that talks about VTubers? Actually, I don't think I've ever heard Lucky talk about it. But didn't he do a VTuber stream like once? Like, he did his aspect of a cat. Or I could be just constructing this memory in order to gaslight everybody for my own amusement. Though, I would also be gaslighting myself, which is deeply unfortunate. We didn't go upstairs in this timeline. His OG VTuber rig? Oh no. He didn't do Neko-san. He was, OG-san. I mean, everybody wants to be like the chill uncle, so I suppose this is understandable. No. I wonder if anybody has, like, a VTuber as, like, a Netorare protagonist or antagonist. I don't understand the casting of those. But it boggles the mind, if that's a thing such is available. Because, like, most of the VTubers I see are, like, just generic anime girls. Which, you know, generic anime girls are fine. They have their market in the world. Though, that does remind me that, like, I don't understand VTuber logic anymore. Because I thought they were just, like, people to periodically say a little goblin thing, not a major goblin thing, because, I saw a clip on YouTube, or something like that, about two of them talking, and, like, one of the VTubers was, like, not understanding why people get cucked. And then said maybe that's why dudes should beat their wives. Which, you know, I suppose to get back gets back to the whole idea of like quibbling or nitpicking creates kind of content or engagement, where like a random anime girl-esque or someone wearing the face mask like a Wendigo of an anime girl saying something horrifying probably activates the mind palace of something. I pretend I said something that makes sense there. Probably good for the TikToks. Yeah, nice so far. Proxy hardly has to lift a finger to help. Surprisingly, technique. Could use improvement though. No, to get in there and connect. I'll do the rest. Because I'm nice that way. I already hacked this one for you. It was on the YouTube equivalent of Tic Tac that I saw this on. So that's a very understandable shout. I thought beer stacked. Now I'm sad. Let's actually do this for the XP. Alright. Clearance. I think that will 60% capture, 80%. If I recall correctly, you want to capture the enemy nodes in order to get everything? Yeah. Okay, there we go. Turrets off. Oh, I don't have the technology to access the bots yet. Infolink, radar system, hacking, analyze? No. Capture, stealth? Systems. I thought there was something that you needed to do in order to... Oh, there we go. Camera domination and then turret domination. Do we hold back on that? Because we only have 1 point? Because what I want to do is get the kind of social enhancer. It actually requires 2. Yeah. It was really enjoyable to be a goblin with it. I think we will do it. I will clear out another slot of beer so we can get a worm. Because sadly we are not swole enough to do such things, nor am I observant enough to realize that there was a trip mine there as well. That is big ripperoni for Wellington's honor.
Step away from the console, now!
Help me!
Son of a bitch! Pritchard, you still there?
Where else would I be?
Patch me to Seraph, now.
Adam, it's David. You got the Typhoon?
Yeah, but you were right about there being something more behind this. Because I've also got a dead purist in here with some pretty interesting cerebral implants.
Don't touch him. We'll need an expert to recover his neural hub, in case it's booby-trapped.
Copy that. What about Sanders?
SWAT's pressuring me to let them off the leash. Find them before they do, and deal with them.
So, to be fair, it would be I don't think he was too invested in his Cheeto dust economy in order for us to not be noticed. So I'll accept us being noticed there. And we have to make... unfortunately, I don't think he has a relic in his brain that would download his memory. Though we might get John Wick inside of us, which would be probably less chatty than Adam Jensen. Though actually, now that you think about it, like, this is 2027 right now. Like, who would be the Johnny Silverhand to have their mind ripped by that point, like, in this universe? Are they gonna put Luigi in there? It's probably a bit too soon to be making that joke, but I feel it's in the spirit of the energy. Once again, I have to reiterate, everybody, we're living in a timeline. The worst part about that story is he's a tech bro. Well, no, that's not the worst part. The worst part is continued moral decay and the murder of a person. But the worst part that's still kind of funny is the fact that he's a tech bro. I mean, if we're going to take the same logic that people use to justify the assassination, we could make a moral argument that tech bros are indeed worse. Because imagine all of the social excesses that have been...
For tonight, this is Eliza Kassan reporting to you live.
Imagine all of the excesses that have occurred under the current regime of Silicon Valley governance that we all kind of recoil against. Or just, like, any number of social ills driven by kind of online activities. After the Global Political Review 2026 edition, after the 2015 oil crash, the United States found itself as an embattled nation, from within and without, struggling against the rising economic power of China. Internal pressures have grown, dissent against draconian federal regulations, widening rich-poor divisions, extremism, and widespread discontent are weakening a nation that was once this great superpower. Ooh. All I'm gonna say is, ooh. Radical choices by the government, suspension of posse comitatus, increased powers for FEMA and the NSA, the opening of the oil reserves have served to bring order, but it may be too late to regain stability. Many states, Texas, Utah, California, are considering secession, while cities like Seattle, Dallas, and Chicago have become fortress states in an attempt to maintain normalcy in a dangerous environment. That part is very much not true. America struggles to hold itself together against the building pressures of balkanization, but it is a fragmenting nation on a downward spiral. Alright, I'm happy to say the first sentence, or the first paragraph, does feel a little on brand for the state of the world in 2025. You know, minus the first half. China has its own problems. But things we were just talking about. How do you feel about insurance companies? I'm glad that we have officers of the law in this chat in order to make sure we're all safe. I mean, I'm not a Fed, and several half of chat aren't feds. But you know, I believe we have a good honorable member or two or three of the Federal Bureau of Investigations here that you know, totally would do everything they possibly can to maintain your safety. Totally answer that question without your lawyer. Waive whatever you need to waive in order to answer that answer as honestly as you can. Totally. All right, sarcasm aside. I mean, in the UK, it does make waive these. Yes. FEMA are the people that deal with disasters, that have had problems since forever, if we're going to be entirely honest. More recently, during the hurricanes in, like, North Carolina, you have, like, conservative agitprop talking about it as, like, they're spending money on superfluous things, none of which I recall, causing nonsense. But what this game is probably calling towards, or invoking, is a very famous, kind of, well, famous for the time, where you have the star of Austin Powers, Michael Myers, standing next to Kanye West on a video game, and he is saying George W. Bush is murdering black people or something like that. I don't recall what it is exactly, but it is, as a result, Kanye says this in, as a result of the poor response to the Hurricane Katrina disaster of, oh, lordy lordy, is it doesn't care about black people? I thought it was killing black people, but that is also a likely statement that was made instead. And all I remember outside of that is Michael Myers is just having the face of like, oh god, 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 oh god. Let's cut to commercial. And like Kanye in traditional Kanye fashion kind of like fixates on this and things go increasingly wrong. And you know what? That's a fair point. I completely forgot. I've only watched, I don't remember who I watched play it, but I remember watching someone play it many years ago. No, UNATCO shouldn't answer the FEMA. I thought UNATCO just answered to the generic kind of, you know, UN bureaucracy that's been kind of forming, because, like, for those of you unfamiliar with Deus Ex, Deus Ex is a game about conspiracy theory, and where is he? Where is he? Is this technically considered music? Yeah, it is. So we'll go back to that when he's back online, but you kind of have, like, the Alex Jones or other, like, figure on the radio for this, but in Deus Ex, the original, there's a lot of malfeasance going on. I am unfamiliar with the Last of Us universe because I find it too depressing and, from what I understand, a little bit dumber than Resident Evil's universe. I thought there was more of a rant, but I think they're dealing with the consequences of the Gray Plague, I recall, if I recall correctly.
Access granted.
Final push, weekend overtime. But I think it is unfortunate to live in a world where you cannot trust what is going on around you, right? So, like, do not play shareware games during your lunch hour. Yeah. But as much as I like to joke that we're slowly careening, or quickly careening, depending on who you ask, our way into a cyberpunk dystopia. Crap, I didn't want to do that. Oh well.
Access granted.
I think we are... I don't know. I don't think we're anywhere near as bad to a timeline like we have in Deus Ex here, which would lead to the impending destruction of all of reality. Not really that traumatic, but, you know. I am always reminded of how interconnected we are between everything and how much of that is driven by social trust. Like, when you see people talking about, like, oh, this place is a backwards hellhole, blah, 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 or what have you, they're normally talking about, like, low trust places versus, like, high trust places. Oh. And,
Access granted.
Yeah, I would say for now, at least, we still have a high amount of social trust in a lot of places. And granted, this is true, the consequences of this is, you know, it's highly doubtful that there is some, like, international cabal of, like, global elites who are attempting to turn us into sheepdogs, as Laszlo or Lazarus would attest there, but it's either that or they're incredibly bad at their job. And I, for one, refuse to believe that we live in an incompetence victory scenario. I didn't mean to press that button. Fuck. I refuse to believe we live in an incompetence victory scenario. Proceeds to screw up the hacking minigame. One of these days, Sharon. One of these days. I think these weaken it. Yes.
Access granted.
The world is sending you a message. Yeah, I mean, the world is sending me a message that I'm correct, which I appreciate being correct. Because, like, you know, a person who believes that there's a mix of all things, like, I think it would be silly to say that there is no, like, kind of, autocratic kind of desire to influence things from national elites. So I think that has happened in every society in human history for all time. I didn't mean to press the stop worm, that was an accident. But I think saying it's an organized international one that's doing X, Y, or Z is probably a bit extra. Cause like, I think it fails the test of Hanlon's razor. If I'm recalling correctly, where Occam's razor is the concept of what is Occam's razor? Occam's razor is the kind of concept where if you have a thing occurring, it is like you want to look towards the simplest solution. You know what? I forgot what Hanlon's razor is. I've completely forgotten what Hanlon. It's okay. There are no feds here. You can tell us what you really think. That is what I really think. I think saying there is no conspiracy is a bit silly, but I think saying there is infinite conspiracy is also silly. Because like, we assume human nature and is operating as human nature is. I'm sure there is a meeting somewhere that's like, okay, how do we get people to consume more, like, product? From, like, let's pick on Facebook man. Richard Spencer. No, that's a CNN contributor. That is a fascist. Mark Zuckerberg is who I'm thinking of. And he is what do you call it? We actually have evidence of this where there's like leaked Facebook emails where they're doing like hella sus stuff. And in the end it's just like ooh sort of a deal. But when you go so far as to say there's a global international conspiracy, like the guy saying like the Bilderberg group, it's like, my guy, you need to calm down. But we go to a gripping piece of tech about artificial muscles coming from 2009. In the earliest iterations, artificial musculature technologies were crude patchwork of pistons, pneumatics, and electric motors. But those systems have been surpassed by the creation of synthetic proxies that mimic the actual form and function of human muscle tissues. Known as EAP, that's electroactive polymers, these artificial muscles are capable of solving linear movement of a type and scale ideally suited for cybernetic prosthetic limbs. Muscles of our bodies alter shape from when electromechanical nerve symbols flow through them, and EAPs operate in the same way. When an electric charge passes through across the polymer structure, it changes shape. Technologies are developing in Darrow Industries, focused on creating what we call fully plastic actuators. Mechanism, in basic terms, we have a 3-part structure that is binging bongs. Specifically, a sandwich of gel layers made of a matrix of dispersed single-walled carbon nanotubes situated on either side of ionic fluid, pyroelectric core known as bukkake gel, structure in reference to the carbon fullerene nanotubes. This design, simple arrangement of soft electrodes and electrolyte layers is capable of operating at very low voltages. This gives me strong Star Trek aura when it comes to technobabble. But I am curious, artificial muscle. So I am doing my first fact check. Artificial muscle fiber. Materials and devices that mimic it. They can contract, expand, or rotate in response to stimuli like heat, pressure, or voltage. AMFs are used in robotics and wearable devices and other intelligent structures. AMFs can be made from a variety of materials. Alright, these are indeed a thing. We have them. And actually, they might have just stole the whole EAP thing from real life. So, we did it, everybody. What would be the most depressing thing about all of this, everybody? I think we might be having all of the prerequisite tech to, like, have Deus Ex happen, but there is a very strong chance that, like, the inertia of the tech sector of just wanting, like, a new doodad every year might have, like, arrested the growth of, like, meme technology, like, the Icarus landing system.
I don't want to hurt you. You're a civilian. But I will if you don't give me a choice.
If you didn't want to hurt anyone, you should have stayed home tonight.
Oh, look! Seraph's attack dog! You're here to clean up before the police bust in? He thinks we're breaking the law. Shut up! All you body polluters break laws. You're all the same.
You're gonna have a hard time convincing people you're any different once they hear you had an AUG on your team.
This is the first time I'm doing this without having
In the factoring labs, trying to cut through security with his implanted
the implant.
Nice try, Cholo. But I would never let one of you freaks on my crew. Back off, Hunter. I got business to take care of, understand? If what you say is true, and I'm not saying it is, you hear? But I gotta check things out. So me and la vieja, we're leaving.
You know I can't let you go with her.
Stand down, Hanser! I told you, stand down or this bitch is dead!
Bullshit. You're bigger than that. You don't kill civilians.
Damn right! I'm a decorated vet, and I won't be jerked around. I need to find out who's behind this, and right now the boss lady's my only ticket out of here.
Listen to me. Whatever's going on, it's big. You've got a better chance of getting to the bottom of it if you work with me. But I can't do a thing until you let her go.
Are you stupid? I don't work with dogs. God, you must think I'm some kind of moron. And who can blame you? Because it's exactly what it must look like to everyone right now. Trapped in here by the cops, and my only option is to take a hostage. How screwed up is that?
You're doing better than you think. You're still standing, and that's more than the hacker was expecting. You said you're a vet, so I know you've got the balls to handle this. You don't need the civilian to get you out of here.
You got a good point there. But still, there's no way I could put my trust in you. You're on the same side as the cops. They got me completely surrounded and there's nothing I can do. I'm all alone in
The cops will be looking after civilians. They're too busy to worry about you. But if something happens to her, you will get their attention. Their priorities will shift, and all you'll accomplish is getting yourself killed.
That sounds reasonable, but I don't know. You know what? We're done talking. The puto who tricked my brother thought he had us beat, but we are so much tougher than he counted on. I'm gonna go find him and anybody else who helped him, and when I do, they're gonna see the Angel of Vengeance in action, baby.
You've got more honor than the man who betrayed you. You're not gonna let your brother down like this. The hacker was expecting civilians to be in the building tonight. You were supposed to take hostages and force the cops to silence you permanently. But you're smarter than he is.
It's so obvious.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I can't believe I didn't see it tonight.
Oh my god.
He thinks he can just lead me to my death? Think again, cabron. Get out of here. I did what you wanted, so let me go. I got Blade here too, I say.
I've got as much interest in finding out who's really behind this as you do, cabron.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll owe you one. But I promise you this, someone's gonna pay.
We did it, everybody. We saved wife.
What's your situation? Adam!
Sanders is gone, boss. But I'm pretty sure he's just a dupe. Somebody else set this up.
Damn it. Okay, I want you back here now. The admin building has a rooftop terrace. Meet Farida on it.
Copy. Jensen out. Are you alright?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Just a little shaken up, but what about the other hostages? My husband was with them in one of the assembly labs, and I overheard talk about a bomb.
Don't worry, they're safe.
Oh, thank God. When those men surprised us. Mr. Jensen, they should not have been able to get in. With the typhoon being moved in and all, I double-checked the protocols myself.
Yeah, I expect Pritchard's doing the same thing right now. Stay here. DPD will want to question you. But you and your husband should be reunited soon.
Have you played this Deus Ex, Finboy? Or seen it played by anybody? In the cold darkness of the past? Hacked code. This is for Lady. In order to get fat XP. Only the first mission. Then something will happen to him in a possibly positive and or negative manner. That is all I can reveal at this time. I know we're in dire straits here. We need to fulfill several orders for the Alphabet agencies. Typhon is being used, just the first of them. We depend on these contracts for seeking portion of revenue, meaning that the successful on-time production delivery of these orders is absolutely necessary to maintain our bottom line. It is extremely important we make the necessary preparations to ramp up production in the plant. I'm going to need a detailed overview of this month's production schedule by the end of day tomorrow. Sorry about the last minute request, but I'm confident you know the drill. I have faith if we knuckle down and pull together, we'll knock this one out of the park. Hell yeah. Nigerian scammer. Hell yeah. Alright. So, the most unrealistic thing about this game, I will say, is the fact that the game is the fact that the government sorry, the fact that the government cares about things being delivered on time.
My wife, is she all right?
She's dead.
A little shaken up, though. Swab will need to debrief her, but you'll see her soon.
I don't know what to say. I think I've given up on her.
We don't need to give the typhoon to the CIA.
I'll find some way to repay this, I swear.
There's no need for that.
I don't know. I mean, like, we're just a humble corporate boy.
I didn't recognize you before, but I know who you are, Mr. Jensen. And I know you weren't supposed to be back at work yet.
Bless you, video game?
I'll be in touch. Count on it.
But, like, don't we want CIA money? I mean, you know, as the person who's not a Fed here, like, don't you wanna, like, you know, accept money from the Feds? I mean, you know, it's good money, it spends well.
You made a lot of people happy tonight, Jensen. And not just the men in suits.
It's what they pay me for.
No. They pay you to put corporate interests ahead of people. You found a way to satisfy everyone. Guess Dr. Reed was telling the truth.
Alright, I need to turn off my flavored candle.
What are you talking about, Malik?
Before you were hired, she said the papers were lying about Mexican Town. That you weren't fired from the force. You quit when you realized Protect and Serve had become Protect and Serve the corporate interest. Nice to see she was right. You ready to go?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, get me out of here, Malik.
Yet another praxis point.
Climb in.
No, but I think, you know, we always want to actualize to the greatest state of being we can, right? And in order to do that, we have to aspire to be like Boeing.
Just in, Jensen. The boss wants you to examine the Typhoon ASAP.
Copy that. Thanks for the lift.
No problem. Hey, and Jensen, I just wanted to say, new look suits you. Like, you haven't missed a beat at all.
Thanks.
So, how's it feel? Being augmented.
Excuse me?
Don't take it the wrong way. I mean, I've got a few neuro enhancements myself. Discreet ones to help me fly better. But I chose to get them implanted. You didn't. Now that you had a chance to try them out, what do you think?
I want to play positive Jensen.
You're right. I didn't choose to get augmented. And I still don't know if I would have if given the choice. But today felt good. Surprisingly good.
Dr. Reed said you'd take to them. Said it was in your genes. Just be careful, okay? A lot of people think there's a reason the human body rejects this technology over time.
I didn't peg you for the type who gets caught up in metaphysical debates, Malik.
I'm not. I told you myself, I've got neuro enhancements. I'm just saying the choices we do get to make inevitably have consequences.
Yeah. Tell that to the bastard who did this to me.
I hear you. And you know what? You're not the only person in this place who wants to find him. So if I can help in any way, all you gotta do is ask.
Actually, there is something. I want to know about the first attack.
Fine. Ask away.
You were there that night. What do you remember about it?
That it was chaos. First, everybody figured there'd been some kind of accident, but Pritchard couldn't get a good visual and communications were haywire. Then we heard the explosions. By the time anyone knew what had hit us...
They were gone.
Whoever they were good, Jensen. Special training good.
Did anyone else see them? The men who attacked?
Not well enough to get a description. Pritchard got some fuzzy images off one of the Intellicams, but his tapes were all confiscated by Homeland Security.
Homeland? I heard Homicide passed it over to Special Investigations. Detroit Special Investigations.
They did, for the first month. After that, all I really know is the case is still pending, and Mr. Seraph is not pleased.
I mean, every character we've seen so far looks like a Muppet, by which I mean they have a fist shoved up their beehole.
I've been thinking about why they attacked. What they were really after.
Isn't it obvious? They didn't want us going to Washington.
No, that was just timing. Hearings can be rescheduled. Somebody else can present Megan's findings.
I don't think so, Jensen. They took out her whole team. Declan Faraday, Vasily Savchenko, Nia Colvin, even Eric Koss. The labs their bodies were found in.
We're burned to a crisp. I know.
The only reason you weren't caught in the fire was because that retaining wall came down. Saved your life, believe it or not.
So the whole attack was just to destroy Megan's research?
Sure looks that way. Mr. Seraph is hoping to reconstruct it, but it may take months. If he can keep us solvent that long.
I'm gonna find him, Malik. One way or another.
I believe you. And just so you know, when you do, I've got your back.
I appreciate that, Malik, but right now...
You've got to get the Typhoon into the tech lab. Right. See you later, then. Oh, and Jensen, the boss wants a face-to-face debrief in his office once it's secure.
Roger that. Good night, Malik.
Hell yeah, everybody, we did it. Alright. So... I'm trying to remember, like, the way we want to play the video game. And yes, we want to aspire to be leading a grafting victory scenario. We don't want to be, you know, caught out or put upon in one, but... You know, Wick, as a humble Southern lawyer, I can only assure you that we have to put affectations in our voice to convince people that we are less corrupt than our northern counterparts. Or something, something, etc. Alright, what's going on in the news?
First propelled augmentation technology to the forefront will also be present.
Death tolls in Bangladesh, flood victims decry effort. Humanity Front founder William Taggart arrives in Detroit.
Adam, I heard you were back, but I just didn't believe it. Gosh, you look good.
Oh my god, you can see the face model kind of like forced onto her. Like, if you look at the lower third of her forehead, you can see that there's kind of skin discoloration. Such that it implies, like, they only have one female model, and they are one, you know, I'm just gonna say one female model because they looks like they have one male model as well. And they just kind of, you know, shoved in the face with a higher quality texture. This is hilarious. Yeah, it does look like it comes off on Sheen. Just look how shiny they are. Actually, no, he's shiny, she has, they're shiny in inverse places. And don't insult the man's dent. Is that a dent? I mean, I don't see the dent. I am going to say he looks perfectly ducky. But I do think we should spend some time and get into our office, which I believe is here. We have a Roomba. Lucky even? Why are we throwing Lucky under the bus this time? New login, Mandrake. This time we are too dumb, so we just type it in. Words aren't enough. I saved my life in more ways than one. Josie, I thought. Well, you probably know what I thought. Please let me repay you. Josie and I are back home in our apartment, 3rd floor condo in Brooklyn Court. You can find the entrance, blah, 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 blah. Minor security concern from Athene. Don't mean to be a bug you on this, but I think I got another suspect in those new PA stuffs. I caught Denzel Mitchell going over my stack of Versailles purchase orders. He said he needed the verified legal address for a contract David wanted to look over. But he'd already have that address on a dozen correspondences already. For a lawyer, I think he'd be able to come up with a better defense. Their code is 1364, by the way. Previously. Welcome back, Adam. First of all, it's really good to have you back. Things just haven't been the same since the attack. We're all hoping to return. Top priority now is going to be with him, but if you have a moment, there's something like to check into as well. Someone's been stealing new paws. Noticed 3 months ago, we seem to be rewarding cases from Versalife far more than usual. Frank run through the lab security tapes, and that's when we realized someone tampered with them, usually on nights when Will Rosellini was in charge. Frank went to search Will's office immediately, and I even gave me access to code 3176. Last thing I need, people start falsely accusing people. Speak to Will, he's working in Office 23. He's a Dentamaxer? Oh yeah, Lucky played, Deus Ex, didn't he? I remember I was looking through a couple of VODs. I think I got distracted by other streams, other VODs I wanted to catch up on, so I just stopped watching it. But it is something I can do in my time. I want my thing. The thing that probably is a waste of points this part in the game, but you know what? I like the ability to psychically influence people for no goddamn reason, because it's Pog. I mean, doesn't everybody want to inspire the kind of energy that an incubus has, or a succubus? I think that's an energy everybody wants to have, because you're all goddamn perverts. We all know what your internet history is. I am in the hell pits of Arizona now, Sunaj. I work third shift, though, so technically I would normally be going to bed an hour or two from now.
Sorry, I can't let you in till he's done with his call, and who knows how long that'll be.
He's doing damage control.
Something like that. You know Bill Taggart is giving a speech at the convention center soon, don't you?
The founder of the Humanity Front talking about horrors of augmentation.
Hey, go mind break. No.
It's been all over that one for months.
And you've been in recovery, not a coma. Well, 10 minutes ago, Taggart went on TV to publicly denounce all the violence that's been committed against us.
You know what?
He's telling the esteemed Miss Cassan that he wants a face-to-face meeting with David to express his most sincere condolences.
Sarah's not considering that, is he?
David's no fool. He knows better than to get roped into a public debate, but he can't simply ignore the man either. Don't worry. I'm sure he'll figure out something.
I'm now curious, and I'm going to look at these tags. There's in fact exactly 0 tags. When you cross-reference that and Mindbrink. Quick. Nice try, pervert fed. First on 360. HR. Oh! I thought you meant the other type of HR. And... no, I think you spelled it correctly. But the more I was just using, I was cross-referencing Succubus and Mindbreak. Yes. Chronologically, it is the first one in universe time frame. Because this is in 2027. Mankind Divided is in 2029. Deus Ex missing a subtitle is in 2050 something, and Deus Ex, oh hey, I guess we're in Seattle, is in 2075 or something like that. Well, we wanna look at the thing. We wanna look at the chessboard. I've been cocked. Positively bamboozled. I've only played the first Deus Ex in this. I've only ever played this in Mankind Divided. Mankind Divided is... okay? I think it's missing a lot of the charm. The charm of this game, though I would indeed say that mechanically it is better. Just technologically due to the advances of science and time. We've already looked at that book.
Well, if it isn't Mahatma Gandhi himself, come to honor us all with his life-preserving presence. If this is about the typhoon, I'll get to it in a minute.
Now, Pritchard. I didn't risk my neck to have you lose it in a pile of CPUs and scuzzy adapters.
Well, look at you, using the big words. Don't think just because you hacked through the plant security system so fast that you're an expert on everything computer. There's a reason I can't examine the typhoon yet.
Do tell.
For your information, I am running a diagnostic sweep on our network and router security to find out how Sanders' hacker got a hold of our codes.
I'd have thought the first question to ask is, whose codes were they? Unless you already know.
Stick to kicking down doors and shooting people, Jensen, and stop trying to do my job. I guarantee you we'll get along better that way.
If I recall correctly, it was his codes that got
Just
ganked.
leave, Jensen.
Jensen.
Busy.
I'm a stick in the mud. Brr. So, if I recall correctly, when we leave the building, we'll be out of Tutorial City. Pritchard's not evil, he's just a little bitch. A dick, even. Snagglepuss energy. You know, I still need to figure out how to do a good Snagglepuss accent.
He might not have put the gun in Sanders' hand, but it was Taggart's speech to the UN that started all this.
Rickard?
Taggart is nothing if not a shrewd political operator. You know that, David.
So for the sake of appearances, I have to look him in the eye and let him bullshit me?
With a smile. Always with a smile.
He is correct. Hugh Darrow is.
Talk later.
Yeah, you wanted to see me?
Yeah, how you feeling?
I've had better days.
Well, when we're done here, check him at Dr. Markovic at the limb clinic downtown. Get her to get a checkup.
If you insist. Listen, about Sanders?
Yeah, about Sanders. What the hell were you thinking? Letting him slip away like that? I sent you in there to take care of things.
Oh. It's not like I like you, Baka. Sunaj, no! It's okay to be a degenerate. We're all degenerates here in real life. Isn't he a generic, I don't like you, but I will respect you by the end of the game? That is correct, Resty.
I'm hoping it'll pay off for us later. Sanders was furious when he found out his hacker was augmented. He's not gonna rest till he finds out who set him up.
Oh, and you're naive enough to think he'll share the information when he gets it. I thought you were ready for this, Adam.
I am. Today's attack was just a shell game being run by somebody else. I intend to find out who and why, so that it never happens to anybody again.
Good, cause so do I. That hacker in Sanders' group, you're sure he was augmented?
I pulled his cables out myself.
Yeah, well, the police are saying he's not, and they're refusing to let me see the body, no matter how much money I threaten to pull from their retirement fund.
Maybe someone else is offering more. So what do you want me to do, boss?
We have to get a look at the corpse. You still got friends on the force. You think one of them will let you into the morgue?
Depends who I run into.
Get over to the station and find a way inside. Because if that hacker was augmented, his neural hub might tell us who he was. Contact me when you've gotten a hold of it.
You got it.
So I wonder how many felonies we created or we committed in this game. Also, I think it was Marvin who was talking about this. Let's examine this chessboard very closely. So we have Rook, Knight, Bishop, I can't tell the difference here. I think it's Rook, Knight, Bishop, Queen, King? Or is it King, Queen? I don't know. But it does appear to be roughly correct. Naisha returns in triumph, fully augmented Nigerian pop star, swept Planet Music Awards tonight in LA, winning in 6 categories. Her latest album, Yoruba, is about the struggles with discrimination, poverty, and more recently, augmentation, has captured the hearts of her fans worldwide. Afterwards, Akeem spoke about the difficulties of living with enhancements. As a woman of color, living with augmentations is a challenge. Become a stranger in every culture, and New Pause is so expensive. Thank God I'm blessed enough to be able to afford it. It is a struggle, but it's enabled me to continue doing what I love, performing. Critically injured in an attack in Lagos in 2025, Kim appeared at the PMAs for the first time in 2 years. We're rapidly approaching 0% probability. Though, like, I would like to point something out here. We'll do our first tech audit. Let's see. YouTube.com feed subscriptions. Hologram Doom. So, like, you know, am I gonna get outed with my, these aren't too bad recommendations. Alright, bam, not Photoshop, Screen Man. So, like, here's the current state of, like, holography. So, like, we're capable of playing Doom on it. So, if we're going to be candid here and assume that this is, real, I feel like I'm actually watching Securian. My god, graphics cannot get better than this. Why is Doom in third person? I don't know how you're gonna do this in first person is the problem. Though I don't know if this is real. I did see references to this many a time ago. I think a few months ago is when I first... Oh, that's how they do it. They cheat. Alright, so we're further away from it than I suspected. But the fact that with just having that right there allows you to have a apparent 3D image is pretty chill. Though it does make sense why or how they're able to do this, because the big problem with volumetric displays in general is the lack of is the whole lack of something. Lack of ability to project it how you actually wish. I probably should have this muted now that I think about it in regards to, like, copyright. But, like, I guess if you're doing it like this, so long as you're able to get, like, your pixels low enough in size, you could actually do whatever the hell you want. And I suppose it's a bit decadent it's a bit decadent to kind of, like, want to be able to walk through your hologram during the first generation. I think something as goofy as this might truly be our first kind of, like, full energy here. What's this? I'm not worried about like my recommendations here, which are probably just like music and Yogscast stuff and ISP. I think these are all very reasonable recommendations one might expect from me. Um yeah, so it's all this box on photonics. So it looks like the kind of meta quest, if we will, or Oculus for our current holographic displays are going to be coming from Voxon, apparently. Dominion 6 stuff? I think Hoy's pretty bad. What else do we do here? Holographic display? 8K holographic display. So yeah, a holographic display. This actually looks like complete ass. um so basically it looks like this one is using or exploiting kind of display properties. So CES 2024 then? Because CES shouldn't have happened already. I thought it was like a week or two from now. Um. Oh my god, they're doing it earlier and earlier. This is 5 years ago. I think we want to look within like the most recent couple of 2 years to see where the tech actually currently is. All right, we have YouTube clickbait. You know, I never thought this would be the concept we look at YouTube clickbait for. I never thought it would be like auditing our current tech. Um, all right, so assembly, phone call. What are they doing? I mean, I appreciate a little bit of clickbait. I feel part of the reason why they have this guy right here is the pecs he has on him. It works. Indeed, we must insert horny into everything. We must appeal to everybody's horny in order to maximize our market share profitabilities. I'm not a corpo, I swear. I am a corporate man. So like the idea of this is possible apparently. Oh, you definitely can, Rusty. Imagine all of like the puppet companies that are. Rusty, I want you to imagine all of the puppet companies that are currently propagated by the CIA in order to fund their strategic operations in, Nicaragua and Laos and in order to fight the global agenda in order to overthrow Venezuela. Maduro dead 2025. Um, I thought that was one safe way to tell. Yeah. So, like, if I'm going to go way back now, Microsoft vision of the future. See if I can find this video. Here we go. So, this is a video I saw in... What the fuck was that? Okay. Need to change countries. Damn, I love how I completely derail the gameplay. No, Sunaj, this is the point of this stream. The point of this stream is to observe tech reality versus tech science fiction. And, like, in order to understand the view of science fiction, we have to understand, like, what it is we're science fictioning. So, like, we have Deus Ex as a tagline. This was supposed to be the world in 2020, according to Microsoft's vision of the future in, like, 2010, I recall. So this is, like, a decadal thing. Which, there are some things that are correct here, but there are some things that are not correct. The whole idea of having, like, displays like that everywhere, and it would be cool if our, like, kind of computers look like that, but as we saw, like, in the last video, it wasn't very practical. And these are, in fact, similar to the displays that we see in Deus Ex, except a little bit more advanced, I'd argue. But you have sort of the idea of intuitive touch displays, or kind of intuitive, not touch, but, oh, what do you call it? Intuitive tactile displays that are available for people to jargon their bargain with. Then you have AR spaces and stuff like that that kind of escape the world. I have no idea what the hell this is supposed to be entirely honest. I think this is more AR stuff, which would imply, what do you call it? Like an effective Facebook market or Google Glass. That's what it was. And we didn't see that reality. But we do have MetaQuest, which I think is a VR device that is capable. Oh no, the Apple device that came out, the Apple goggles. That is something that would be able to provide us a good AR kind of experience. Assuming that we got a cheaper price point and, you know, actual reasons to do it. Though it did look intriguing from what I saw. If I had like $100 million to blow, I'd buy a couple of those just to futz around with them. But, I think this is probably enough of looking at kind of Microsoft agitprop from the 2010. So, last thing here is the concept of, we don't see it very well, but digital paper. That we kind of have more of. There are tablets that are specifically kind of like data tablets that want to give the paper feel. I don't remember which one that was. And that's Google Lens right there, I believe. Or something like Google Lens, but more advanced. So we're moving in the direction of this future. I just think it's wildly overstated how quickly we're going to get there. Or should have been there per, like, what have you. But, yeah, remarkable is what I was having in mind there. Oh, that is Booba on that music person right there. Alright. Is there anything else we want to take a look at tech-wise? You know what, SAP muscle fiber. Synthetic muscle fibers. Don't be anything lewd. Alright. So, this is something that I'm quite curious about. So, we have a arm that, if you look at that, that looks like Adam Jensen's arm from Deus Ex. Now, once again, I'm not vetting this video at all, but we do have something that rudimentarily allows us to kind of... Why is this video here? I don't care. Allows us to do the thing. Which is fascinating. So, all of these technologies are here and available to us. I just don't think we've had the kind of coming together, because if I recall correctly now, the neural interface portion of cybernetics are the biggest issue, and we're having a bigger issue in IRL versus like Deus Ex, because you know the whole idea of what have you, ethics and science. What is it? Brain controlled prosthetics. What did I just look up there? Okay. 4 years ago. So this, I'm going to assume, is vettable, given the fact that it seems to be coming from an actual university page. So maybe we are better placed than... You couldn't find the holographic display for sale? The first one we saw? Okay. So I want to see what peripheral they have. Will they play the piano anymore? I mean, I think we're getting to the point where we might have enough dexterity for it to work. So, you know what? I think our potentiality is increasing here for some of the cybernetics, where we have enough tech put together such that we will have tech available for like cybernetic arms, cybernetic legs, but we just might not have it at a low enough price point to have it be as mass market as it is in Deus Ex, or I would even go so far to say as people replacing their organic limbs in order to become more powerful than you could possibly imagine, or you know, something like that. However, I need to take a quick water break, so I'm gonna go bake my water, and I will be back in a moment. Alright, water has been baked. Hopefully the game hasn't exploded. And I forgot to turn off the water bake sign. You know what? That's my B. Alright. So, we're in young Napoleon's office. I hate to say this, but I think the tech that we're displaying here isn't as unreasonable as I would have initially expected. Which is part of the reason why I wanted to have the bit where we were going to look at it and be like, look at how cruel our world is, how barbaric our times are. See, they even have the Amazon drones. Truly, we're living in a cyberpunk dystopia. Alright, who's in my office? The man.
This is nuts.
Let me look at what I can say publicly.
It's good to see you. I'm glad you're back. How are you holding up?
I manage.
I'm sorry about Megan. I know it must be hard. For a while we thought you were a goner too. Everything's going to shit. The attack on HQ, and now this mess with the factory.
Yeah, tough times all around. How about you, Corella? You okay?
I don't know. I fucked up. I mean bad.
What happened?
Well, a couple of months ago, me and Tyndall, you know, one of Pritchard's techs, we started sneaking out some neuropozyne from one of the labs.
Jesus, Tim. You realize this could get you fired. Worse, arrested if the company chooses to prosecute. What were you thinking?
I know. It's complicated. I didn't want to do it at first, but there were good reasons. Anyway, now I want out, but Tyndall has security footage of me stealing the stuff and says he'll expose me if I ever stop helping him. I'm in a bad spot, Adam. I need that footage back. I know you're busy with everything that's going on right now, but I could really use your help.
What is it exactly you need me to do?
I need you to get back that security footage Tyndall has on me. It's probably in his apartment. On his computer, maybe.
So what? I just look him up in the phone book?
His apartment is near Brooklyn Court. It might be tough to get in because his building has a large security gate protecting it.
Well, that's just great.
Hacking the security gate is possible, but would require advanced hacking skills. You might have to look around for an alternate path. Maybe use the fire escape or something.
So what I can say, based off of the articles that I'm reading here, is that Amazon's current drone that they're seeking to deploy in order to do sub 60-minute fulfillment or 60-minute fulfillment is the Mark 30 drone. The Mark 30 is currently now suspended the test flights in Arizona and Texas due to some reason. And that reason may or may not be due to a couple of crashes in fall of last year, or just winter, the beginning of winter, late fall. Which makes sense, according to the Drone DJ article I'm reading right now. Alright, we'll accept the quest because we never deny a quest.
Thanks, Adam. I thought I was done for. The security footage will probably be on his apartment computer. Meet me in front of the subway station parking lot once you get a hold of it.
I got it from here.
I mean, let me look it up. Amazon Mark 30 drone. Specs. So, it has a 5-pound capacity. So, how heavy is a Glock? Because an LMG is like, what, 20 pounds? This is really funny. Range is 15 miles. Can deliver packages of 2.2 kilos. Yeah. Yeah. So you could deliver, like, a Glock to anybody within a 2.2 kilometer radius. Doesn't that sound pog, everybody? We're gonna... Okay, don't say you're gonna Glock it up, but... We're gonna... fulfill everybody's desires. Fulfill your desires of getting that Arrow Manga Sensei manga in an hour. But it cannot fulfill your desire of getting that gawk locked onto your cock. I regrettably am only capable of rhyming or spitting verse that well.
Mrs. Reed?
Oh, Adam, I'm sorry you startled me. And please, call me Cassandra. You and Megan were together long enough. I was waiting for you.
Out here? Why not come meet me inside?
I don't know. I guess I'm just not ready. This is where you work, but to me, this is also the place where I lost my daughter.
I guess I never thought of it that way.
I'm sorry. It's not proper of me to come here and stir up bad memories, especially after what you've been through.
Yeah. A lot of things changed 6 months ago.
I can't get over how much they've changed you. At first, I couldn't even believe you were still alive. How do you handle all of this?
Do we do the bitch baby line even though I said I want us to play Hopeful Jensen? Play the character. Play the character.
What they had to do to save me. And in a way, I can do more now than I ever could.
Wellington immediately folds on this play the character thing.
Many of us wouldn't be able to cope so easily with such traumatic changes.
Can I ask why you wanted to see me?
Yes, of course. I'm sorry. I'm here about Megan. About what happened to her. Or rather, about the investigation into what happened.
What about it?
Well, simply put, I feel something is not quite right with the way the case was handled.
You think there was some foul play involved?
I do. Call it mother's intuition. But when speaking to some of the investigators, there were a lot of inconsistencies. And then I met this detective, a man called Chase. He agreed things weren't handled by the book, although he has no proof.
And now you want to find out more.
I'll never hear my daughter laugh again, Adam. I'll never get a call from her to ask how I've been, or have the chance to ask her about her day. She was stolen from me. However unjustified this all is, I still want to know why it happened. You're not the same, Adam. And we've yet to see if it's for better or worse. But I know you loved Megan. Please.
Megan.
Will you help me find out what really happened to her?
Hell yeah.
I never got a chance to investigate the attack myself. I'll look into it.
Thank you. This means the world to me, Adam. Really.
The first thing I'll need to do is meet with this detective, Chase.
Good. He works part-time as a security guard in an apartment building on Brooklyn Court. I'll be waiting for you in your apartment lobby once you're done.
Why does a detective need to work part-time as a security guard?
Oh, he retired soon after the case. I don't really know the details. Maybe he'll tell you more.
I'm on it.
Megan. So, I realize now, I probably should have said the line, because while I am trying to play him hopeful, he is still like Shadow the Hedgehog, even while hopeful. So, I don't know how to handle this. Though, I will avoid playing meme lines as much as I can.
You don't need to take drugs for the rest of your life when you have a tattoo. Well, I think what you do to your body is up to you.
You work here, you ding-dong! Granted, I'm not gonna lie, I've had conversations like this at work, where it's just like, we work for literally the devil! Ha ha! But, yeah, no, we're the ultimate, I think quite literally we're the ultimate life form, but... I think we all would prefer, she says, it's a mother's intuition, rather than... How do I do this? How do I do conspiracy theorist woman? Adam. Okay, no, I'm just going to sound like the Wicked Witch of the West if I go down that route. Adam, my psychic chakras are misaligned. I know my daughter. She's not dead in the manner in which we think she's dead. Alright, crazy lady. I'm gonna need you to give me some of that hoo-ha. Not hoo-ha, don't say hoo-ha. Don't say give me your hoo-ha to an old lady. But I'm gonna need you to give me some of that reefer that you're smoking there, cause well, I mean, people are taking umbrage with the idea that she is saying her mother's intuition is like... Oh dear. Her mother's intuition is what's leading her to request you to investigate this case. So I'm just pointing out it could be much worse, and I gave a much worse example.
Well, shit. If it ain't the captain himself, Mr. Seraph done fixed
I just keep coercing people to give their hoo-ha.
glasses and everything. Damn.
How you doing, Letitia?
Didn't think I'd see you walking this boulevard anytime soon. That's for sure.
She.
Not after what happened 6 months ago. People said you's down for the count.
People tend to underestimate me.
You and me both, Captain. You and me both. You, got any credits you could spare?
I think I've got all the...
Abis.
We want to give her Hot Devil beer. What beer do we got? We have whiskey. And we can give her opiates. I mean, it's not even coercing, Rusty. We're just convincing someone's mother to give us some hoo-ha for reasons that I cannot comprehend.
You got anything you want to buy or sell? I'm the guy you want to deal with. Everything's on the computer, right at your fingertips.
Exit.
What's your...
No, I'm supposed to tell you Molson sent us. I'm a scary dude, though. I mean... We're just Robo-Limb, man. Not that scary. Or a little spooky. But, you know, we're not that scary. Alright, give me weapons. I want to sell the pistola. We'll sell our whiskey. Sell the painkillers, and we'll keep that, but we'll sell... No, we'll keep that as well. Alright, can I buy... What do you call it? Oh, automatic unlocking device. Ah! Alright.
Be sure to tell all your friends.
Just not the caps. I thought we could tell him, like, Henry Moleman could, like, mess with us. I'm now set. So, I guess we buy praxis kits from the limb clinics, then?
I, for one, approve of these protests. These limb people are drug pushers. Someone is getting rich while the rest of us are suffering.
I wouldn't know about those things. All I know is that this violence doesn't serve anyone.
Well, I guess the question now becomes, will the pro-human groups retaliate when Bill Taggart gets here?
He's that Humanity Front guy, right?
He's speaking at the convention center in a few days.
Ugh, that's gonna be a day from hell.
In the director's cut, I think you can. You can get pretty close to it at the very least. For what I remember. That would require me save scumming more than I am.
David Seraph told me you'd be dropping by. I've just been reviewing the test results we received on you last week.
Should I start rolling up my sleeves?
Surprisingly, no. I see no trace of glial tissue buildup in any of your charts.
It's been 6 months, Doc. Shouldn't I be on neuropazine shots by now?
One would think, but these test results show no signs of implant rejection. If anything, the bond between tissue and electrodes seems to be getting stronger.
So I'm free to go?
Well, Mr. Seraph did ask me to discuss another topic with you. You are aware that several precautionary measures had to be put into place during your first surgery?
Not all of my implants were switched on, I know.
The damage caused by the hematoma had to be taken into account. Your brain needed time to recover, to get used to the mechanical neural processors, and turn them on naturally over time.
Cut to the chase, Doc. What does Seraph want?
He feels that you might be ready to speed up the activation process, using special software known as Praxis Kits.
You mean I don't have to wait for my augmentations to kick in naturally anymore?
You can, if you prefer. But Mr. Seraph did make a generous donation to LIM in your name, thus ensuring that Praxis software linked to your particular neuro enhancements would always be available to you and you alone. Please, take a look.
She says that we still have to buy them, which I think are 5,000 a pop. Hell yeah! And we can only buy 2 per.
Use it in good health.
2 per hub map, which is unfortunate.
I've never been under anesthesia before. Is it true they stop your heart and the machine does your breathing?
More or less. I know it sounds a little hair-raising. We do it every day, several times over. It's a very safe procedure.
Why do they stop your heart? That's not what anesthesia does. Or most anesthesia. Who? World Health Organization. New anesthesia lore drops. Alright. Adam Jensen, no allergy. 2 standard deviations of the mean. NGF appearing around implantation. Autoimmune disorder may indicate that he will not require neuropathy injections anytime soon. 6 months ago, life critical, requiring full replacement of chest cavity, left arm, right arm, leg replaced, behest of employer, authority granted in terms of employment contract. Yeah. Well, that is one thing that COVID taught us that is unrealistic. Though, I think the thing is, Americans are more willing to listen to this stuff if, like, you're a straight suitor.
Is not against the law. I know that, officer. But some of those guys were carrying tire on.
Because, like, I think part of the reason why we have had so much anti-vax stuff is because of
Adam, are you finished at the clinic?
just nonsense.
Good. Right now I want to know who that corpse is. Head over to the police station and get his neural hub. And Adam, if you can't talk your way in, consider making a strategic retreat. There's gotta be another entrance in the side of the building.
So, Sinaj, I have to counter with you. There's 3 types of politics. Politics, politics, and yet again, politics. I talk about politics, while Kaladin talks about politics, I presume. Where I'm more focused on the mechanisms and means of why we arrive at somewhere, rather than... Well, to be fair, I don't know what Kaladin talks about politically on his streams. We could talk about similar things. I also love the blood fighting aspect of it. God, I love blood fighting. Bloodsport. No, I know it's not unique to the U.S., but what I'm specifically referring to is the beginning of the COVID pandemic. There was the reason why people hate Fauci among the more conservative people, and like
A keen observation.
Mrs. Reed told me you might pay me a visit. And don't take this the wrong way, but you're kind of hard to miss.
I'll try to take that as a compliment.
he's a beta.
Regarding Megan Reed's case and the attack on Seraph headquarters.
Oh boy, what a mess. Total pissing match. We had the feds on our ass, orders from 3 different departments, and pressure from so many lobbyists it felt like being the scrawny new kid in a prison shower.
It is a very high-profile case. Mrs. Reed said you thought some procedure...
Oh, he's Light Sigma.
Got that right. I mean, you know how it is. Mrs. Reed told me you used to be a cop. There's always cases where you see the lazy officers taking shortcuts. But this was different.
Different how?
Too much stuff got overlooked. People seemed way too eager to jump to conclusions, and every time I was remotely insistent, I got turned down by ranking officers. People wanted to bury this thing fast. That's never a good sign.
Surely you have something more substantial than this.
Yeah, well, that's where you come in. I got a couple of leads I could never fully investigate. I started poking around, but these government-type agents just gave me the creeps. I got scared. Months away from retirement, I didn't want to fuck things up. But you obviously have the means to get to the bottom of this.
So what have you got?
First off, there's a rumor that the order to close the investigation came from higher up, maybe even outside the local department. Anything like that would have passed through Captain Penn. There might be traces of this left on his office computer.
Guess I'll have to pay a visit to the local precinct.
Yeah, well, while you're there, there was an officer assigned to the case, Chet Wagner. He's not what you call a choir boy. And when he suddenly got brought on the case, I got suspicious. Somebody wanted him there. And I'm pretty sure he tampered with some of the evidence. You should talk to him. Find out what he knows.
Okay, I'll have a little chat with Officer Wagner.
You'll most likely find him in the lobby. He got retrograded from his conduct, and he takes depositions now. He won't budge easily, but I'm pretty sure you can find some dirt on him on his desktop. His office is on the 3rd floor. He might find something there to help loosen up his tongue.
Anything else worth looking into?
Yeah, when the order came down to close the case, the bulk of the evidence was stashed in a storage locker. Maybe you can find some interesting stuff in there. It's on the alley right next to the station. The code is 4891. But I know an outside agency had access to that locker, so be careful.
Thanks for the heads up.
It's nothing. And, please, don't bother coming back here with details. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad to help. But the less I know about this case, the better I'll feel.
How did you get assigned to this case?
I didn't push for it, if that's what you mean. To be honest, I didn't want to get involved.
Why not?
I was an honest cop, Jensen. I always tried to conduct myself in accordance with the law, with procedures, and what I believed was right. Not really the standard MO for a case like this.
You said an outside agency may have tampered with the storage locker. What did you mean by that?
Well, I've heard that government agents may have locked up some of the more sensitive evidence in a safe inside the locker.
Come on, Chase. What are you not telling me?
Damn it. Okay, listen. I snooped around that locker before and found the safe code, but I kinda got caught by one of those guys. He knows I know, Jensen. If I give you the code, they'll know I talked. Call me negative, but I can't think of a nice outcome to that.
Why retire from the force only to become a security guard? I mean, it looks like you still love the work.
I love the idea of being a cop. Ever since I was a kid, I wanted to join the force. But I just got fed up. It's not like I had imagined it. It's a job. Some people are good at it, while others just don't care. And it shows. This case, the Seraph case, it was just the last drop in a cup already full.
That's all I need for now.
We shan't be mean and pheromone this man. But, to finish the thing that I wanted to say, the beginning of the COVID pandemic, the idea that saying that you can't do things, like, masks are ineffective, so you shouldn't use a mask. And that being a lie, has rankled many sort of people. Especially, I think, he gave, Fauci, that is, gave congressional testimony saying that is what he effectively did, and you have that and just continued degradation of, institutional trust, which is not good. Very not good.
Welcome. I'm glad you came.
But it be like that.
I can't repay you for what you did, of course, but I would like to help out any way I can.
What'd you have in mind?
There's a gentleman named Sarah who works in the area. His business causes him to move around quite a bit, but at the moment he's occupying an apartment in a building on Earl's Court. If you mention my name, he'll give you a discount on his wares. He deals in, well, he's a gun runner.
How does a guy like you know someone like that?
Growing up in my old neighborhood, you learn pretty quick to cultivate certain types of relationships.
Alrighty. We get yet another Praxis. Alright, how do we want to stop Jensen right now? Are we going to become El Terroristo? I don't think we need the Icarus quite yet. Retinal processing is nice, but we don't need it because we shouldn't get too much fighting. I'd love the double jump, though. Oh. We should save that, though. Punch through wall is pog. Carrying capacity is nice. I think what I will do is what I do at the beginning of every Deus Ex, which is this, which is exactly my thought wick, where we go down the hacking path since there's so much stuff gated by hacking, and it also gives you XP, which then allows you to get the other stuff. Because our goal, as any game, is to loot Goblin to the fullest of our ability and see what there is to see. As we go over here and buy some fentanyl from our good friend. I have been getting more of a hankering to do streams of the Grand Strategy Persuasion. I think I might actually stream Vicky 3, and I might do an idea that I've always had. Like, it's literally in one of my content notebooks or what have you, and the idea is one of them, I don't know if you can even do them anymore, basically Sugar Fiend. In the spirit of Sea Fusion's horrible atrocities done to China, and forcing them to eat nothing, I want to see if you can force a nation to only eat sugar. Because I think sugar is still a consumable, and it technically counts as a luxury food and a non-luxury food. So basically what I would want to do is remove all wheat from a market, and then basically force sugar consumption to see how that works. I'm pretty sure we could probably do it, but it might cause massive starvations, which is not ideal. Not ideal, as the kids say. Please mod it to call it corn syrup. No. We're not going to be in a big aggro victory scenario. Oh my god, quick worm.
Access granted.
That was terrifying. This is already not boding well. I think we need other upgrades for hacking first. But no, we're not going to call it corn syrup. I think the other one I want to do is to try and, like, see what we can do By a UN hit squad. Yeah, so the first one's Sugar Fiend. The second one, I think, would be a truly middle class. And basically try and get the middle class to be the majority, or at the very least, the plurality of the nation we're playing. Which would be pretty pog.
Access granted.
Middle maxing? I don't think it does. I'm debating as well whether or not I'm gonna play my mod pack or vanilla. Because at the behest of C Fusion, I made a light version of the mod pack, but I might add in other stuff, because it's not like real achievements, and it's just me playing the game for fun. But if I recall correctly, in real life, the middle income trap is referring to the concept of industrializing nations kind of get trapped in that middle kind of income group, such as we're seeing increasingly exhibited by China, where they're unable to get their GDP per capita by above something like 11,000, 11 to 15,000 USD per year, something like that. And fully transition into a service-based, or a service primary economy. Is that what you're referring to, Wick? If there's anything that models that? Hey, you, Druggo. I can't tell if you're holding pistol or not. Hello, my name is Comrade, and I am Comrade. I'm also trying to think of, like, what other fun, like, bespoke sort of, what other fun, bespoke kind of, chivos we could go for. Because, like, we have a... video game that I think is the best that we have available to us at modeling, like, economic nonsense. You know what? We're done with that. APG.
You trying to scare me, Skinner? Because you don't.
That Kassan chick is right on. You see a report on people voluntarily amputating themselves and getting augmented? What a bunch of freaks!
I think another thing we could probably do is, like, what else is there going on at Wiki? We have plenty about opium, and while my favorite way to play the game is engaging in narco state tactics, because, oh my god, I love selling drugs to people in Wiki 3. Oh. Nothing more satisfying than another happy Han customer. In part because it's funny, and in part because, yeah, no. Mainly because it's funny.
Oh yeah? How so? Got me a Hurricane TMP-18 from Syrah. That's sick shit, man. I didn't know Syrah carried those. Double T cut him a break on his rent, so we brought some in just for us. Turns out apartments in this dump ain't exactly cheap.
Okay. So that is something I've been curious about, whether or not you're able to do that, and that's pretty cool that you can. I think we did piss off everybody, though. And Resty, I'm not a ne'er-do-well of the nefarious nature.
Gotta stay focused.
I?
Something ain't right.
Okay, they aren't mad at me. But I do have access to their drug den for later, so that's bug. I'm only an anime villain. I'm not a Johnny Narco, the opium dealer to Mephisto, the fisting explorer. Oh no! We can't get man now. Can I? Alright. So regrettably, we can't talk to man because I blew up the wall. Which is good to know. The game crashed! No, I was punished. I can't believe they punished me. How dare the video game? I think that's not very neighborly of Eidos Montreal to punish me for abusing game mechanics in such a manner. Ah, truly a tragedy. Oh well. We press continue and move on. I'm actually a lot more energetic than I expected to be for this time of day. So I actually might have a fairly long stream today. I started an hour later than I would have liked, but... oh no, please don't tell me this is after I blew up the thing. It is... What's my last save? Latest autosave. Quick save? Fuck. I think we locked ourselves out of content, boys. It's actually deeply upsetting. Alright, so... I need to autosave less, apparently, is the moral of the story. Time to restart the run? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, come on.
Access denied.
I'm mad. I would even go so far as to say that I'm malding now. Well, my greater point is, if we do switch to another game today, or if we just continue with this until I get sufficiently EP that, I switch to something else. Wait, they've calmed down. Have these guys calmed down too? No, not short stream. It's, do we pivot to something else stream?
It's all on the computer. What do you want?
I'm a friend of Greg Thorpe.
Really? Okay, I give
Granted, I don't think 4 hours is that short. That's half a workday. What can we buy from you, brother? Silencer, that's actually pretty pog. Mahjong. Now. I don't want to steal Lucky's Prime Market. I am an honorable man. Of dubious moral standing. And I would never deprive another streamer of what they are currently playing. Due to content saturation, and because... Banned Finboy. That's part of the reason why I don't think we'll be going through the rest of the Resident Evils anytime soon, is because... oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm getting a bit tired. You can call it revenge for playing Resi 8 right after you. Wait, Lucky started playing Resi 8? Oh, that actually has me excited. He played it all in the weekend? Ah. Well, I mean, Lucky's a big fish in the pond. There's nothing I can do to fight the big fishies. Truly cruel. I'm actually glad he finally played it, because he hated it. He said it was okay. Lucky is actually the reason why I enjoy the Resident Evils as much as I do. Because, like, he is a goober man, but more specifically, he went through all of them, and I very much enjoyed watching him play them. And as a result, I found my love and enjoyment for Resi that I do now. Jake was a part of it as well, I won't deny, but I think Lucky's more of it because, like, it's nice seeing someone go through all the games at this point. Yeah. Locate Tyndall's apartment building. We have a lot of quests. And I fully concur with Lucky's assessment of it's okay. Because it is fairest to call it just okay. I think it is much, much better than Resi 7. Like, scores and scores better than Resi 7. But I think that's a very milquetoast taste. Also, hello, Diogo Geraldo. How you doing today? Probably... Oh, I got incredibly lucky this time. Yeah, that's fine.
Access granted.
Yeah, I think the hacking minigame in this is fine. What I really want to do is loot more. But no, because FG's is going through the Resident Evil series, I think it'll be a fair bit before I go through the rest of it myself. Though, saying that, that's not a bad thing, because we have plenty of other games to go through. According to my handy-dandy list that I'm looking at. I'm very excited to go through gate code 002. There. Randy's not good. Take whatever we can. Can we meet? Not a good idea. Gotta keep a... Oh, shit. Silent Hill 1 is something that is exciting. I don't know what else we could go through. Actually, no, that's a lie.
What was that? I see you, Crow!
Could have handled that much better. Oh well. Sorry man, just couldn't score as much last week and I'm all out. Not doing this to you on purpose. Trust me, I'm just looking for extra sources right now. Didn't get an answer yet. Just don't do anything crazy. We can't take the shotty. Okay. I think that the next area of interest we can look at in regards to our little tech audit we're working on would be the more unique sort of augmentations in the game. Because I'm very fascinated at the idea of how you would get something like the Typhoon to work, because that's effectively a number of small explosive devices that are embedded in your torso and eject themselves in a radial or like a radial pattern around you. Which, you know, we can't tech 5. Is terrifying. Cause, you know, I have like just the idea of how you get that out of your body in an effective manner is fascinating. Because the problem, I think, with augmentations in general is how efficient you have to be inside of the human body that you really don't have to worry about in like a more kind of game is feeling very chunky. Expanded environment. Tyndall?
Jensen? What are you doing? I think you know why I'm here, Tyndall. I want Corella's security footage back. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm Seraph Industries' chief of security. I'm pretty sure I can find out about an edited security tape, so don't bullshit me. Ah, shit. Listen, Jensen, I never wanted things to get this bad. I'm not a bad guy. I feel for Corella, I really do. But sometimes, for a good cause, you have to get your hands dirty. Oh. There's a good cause now? Oh, I see. You think I'm selling the stuff, right? I understand why this would seem like an obvious motive, especially to an ex-cop. But trust me, you shouldn't always take things at face value. I'm not selling the neuropazine, I'm giving it away. Giving it away? To who? To the people who need it. You think everyone gets augmented by choice? No. Shit happens. And then what?
We're fighting an alpha now, everybody.
Neuropazine injections for the rest of your life. And that shit costs money. But what choice do you have? Without the drug, you'll die. Rejection syndrome, crippling pain. That just ain't right. So I did the only decent thing to do. I stepped up. I can respect that. But blackmail is still blackmail. Corella wants out, and I'm here to make sure he gets out. Man, this whole thing is becoming way too much trouble. I've even got 2 local pushers on my back because they say my philanthropic actions are undercutting their profit. That's not your only problem. A gun-toting client was waiting for you in your apartment earlier. Really? In my apartment? Shit, the dealers probably sent him. Tell you what, I'll deal with the client later. You take care of the dealers, and the footage is yours.
Hell yeah.
Okay, I'll help you out. But you better not be playing me. You give me way too much credit, Jensen. I'm a security tech, not a hardened mobster. The 2 pushers go by the name PG and BK.
No! My basketball bros.
You're asking me to kill them. Well, that's a bit drastic, isn't it? But it's your call, as long as you leave me alone. The important thing is you need to take care of both of them.
So, do we go talk to them and tell them to screw off? We'll save. Honestly, though, I don't know if Detroit looks better or worse than this. Send them to the Shadow Realm, Cleveland.
You hear what Lazarus been saying? This country's falling apart, man. States are looking to leave the Union.
Alright, we did it, everybody. We knocked them the hell out. Oh, that guy's still tweaking. Ah. Oh, no. You saw nothing. Oh dear. So, regrettably, I didn't expect to get caught. That was the only flaw in my plan here. Now I can investigate the locker, which is pretty cool. So, good morning, Bummer. I hope you're having a lovely day. I mean, there are a lot of I'm wondering how much, like, what percentage of, like, murders have been committed by, like, someone being shocked at the idea that they're about to be murdered, right? Because you might think that's a farce, which, let's be honest here, it is a farce, what I'm addressing here. Oh my god, do I just ice these people? I think I do. But we have to remember, life is absurd in the strangest ways possible. Because, quite literally, we have the, sort of, what do you call it? You have World War I in part starting due to the fact that a foreign diplomat had a heart attack during one of the meetings to calm things down. Are you chill, dog? Okay, he needs time to calm down. Oh, the police are not happy. Alright, the police are okay with me, though.
What's your pleasure?
Sell... Honestly, I just want money. Give me money. We need to afford more Praxis kits. Actually, speaking of which, I need to upgrade ourselves. Never mind, we're out of Praxis. So we need the data from Dude. We cleared out these apartments. Oh no. We can't access the center yet, I think. Actually, while they're calming down, we'll see if we can access the community center. Just like it's Stardew Valley time. And the answer to that is no, we cannot. Yes, we are Enter Jensen, the future experience of cyberpunking Budapest. Though, now that I think about it, we are not in that timeline because that's the future when we're in Prague. You might ask why I'm calling Prague Prague, and that is to be an absolute bastard to the pronunciation sensibilities one may have. I do find this whole situation here very distressing. What are you? Devil Able. Right, where is she, lady? We need to give her her fix. I think she was numbling in the trash can over here.
Damn, Captain, you back again? I don't suppose you brought me a little gift this time. Help a gal down on luck find some relief.
Here. It's not credits, but...
Mighty kind, Captain. Mighty kind.
How about you give me some information, and then we'll see.
Oh, damn, Captain. You ain't no cop no more. Why you gotta insist on using them rules?
Because it's my money this time, not the department's. You want it, you better give me something that's worth it.
Yeah, I guess. So what you wanna know?
I might need to do a little trespassing soon. Maybe get inside some places where I'd rather not be seen going in.
You being kind of vague, Captain. But maybe it's best I don't know the Pacifics.
You got that right.
What I do know, though, is that most people tend to look down, not up. And even when looking down, they don't necessarily think about what's under their feet. If a person ain't too squeamish about getting dirty, they might be able to get inside one of the more sensitive areas in the city. Especially if they arm themselves ahead of time with the right information.
I think I've got all the information.
I don't need your blood money, your blood information, lady. I would like the blood data chip, though.
Look, I told you. If you want me to give you that security footage, you're going to have to get those pushers off my ass first.
I've taken care of the dealers. Now hand over the footage.
Thanks, Jensen. Listen, I know it's not something you did from the bottom of your heart, but still, you saved my ass. Here's your footage.
Listen, Tyndall, I know you're trying to do the right thing. But we have to do things by the book, or we'll just have chaos. I'll put you in contact with someone inside Seraph Industries. They may be able to get you neuropazine for those who need it.
Seriously? You'd really do that? Wow. I never would have expected this from you, Jensen. I really appreciate this. Tell Carell I'm sorry.
I mean, in my head canon, Finboy, I'm just assuming that Adam called the police on them and they're all being arrested with ample evidence on them because they didn't have time to hide their drugs. Or at least that's the lore I want to go with. As the great Zangief once said, "We're a bad guy, but we are not a bad guy." That's the level 4 security rating. I forgot how important it is to have more of, like, the side equipment or side hacking stuff in order to deal with the hacking mini games. It is truly, truly terrifying. Alright, Corella? Why is he over here?
Did you get it yet? Adam, please. You have to get that security footage back.
I got the footage. You owe me one, Tim.
Yeah, you got that right, Jensen. I mean, thank you so much. This is my life I just got back. Listen, I got a hold of a weapon mod. It's not much, but I figured a guy in your line of work could use it.
Listen, I know you were trying to do a good thing, and I respect that. But you should do it through proper channels. Next time you might not get this lucky.
Yeah, you're right, Adam. I know you're right. Listen, thanks again.
I'm surprised they don't already have a system where they give away neuropazine for free for a tax write-off. Because, like, from a corporate perspective, that's a double benefit of being able to get lower, a greater tax benefit while at the same time getting free PR or discounted PR. I didn't realize Deus Ex was in the same universe as Batman. I mean,
Oh man, Eliza is so hot.
You're crazy.
I'm pretty sure the laws as written regarding that are like, yo dog. Do they have her standing like an anime character? My god, I think they are. They're like, yo dog. I stand by my point, Rusty. They're like, yo dog, you gonna give some shit for free? Here's $N off your taxes. Now kindly piss off. I have, hey, I'm corrupting here. Sort of an energy here. No, but like, think about it. For those of you in the United States, if you didn't know, you can donate things to Goodwill and get a thing given to you that basically says, hey, this is a donation that has been received. You can write this much off of your taxes.
Come on, handsome. I'll take your mind off your troubles. Look at the equipment you've got. Woo! Why not give me a little demo? Come on, big boy. I know you can afford it. Come on, big boy. I know you can afford it.
There's just something about a man who's augmented. I can tell by your hands you've had work done. Wouldn't mind taking you into a dark alley sometime. I could tell by your hands you've had work done. Wouldn't mind taking you into a dark alley sometime.
Jensen. My god, it's been a while. Remember me? We used to work the old 17th precinct back in the day. Man, I wish I could go with the good old you haven't changed at all bit, but that'd be complete and utter bullshit, right?
Yeah, I guess that's one way to put it.
No, we're not playing Adam like a dirty old man.
Deep cover. I'm keeping tabs on the derelict row ballers for now. I've got a hunch something big's coming.
Why do I get the sudden feeling you're about to include me into that something big?
Because you're clever. That and the fact that, well, it's pretty obvious. But jokes aside, you couldn't have come at a better time, Jensen. This case I'm on, we're stalling and we could use a little external help.
Go ahead.
I'm with IA now, and we're working a sting on a dirty cop named Jack O'Malley. Elusive motherfucker. I mean, Men in Black elusive. We know he's involved in drugs, weapon dealing, tied into the gangs. But he's clever, and we just can't seem to pin anything on him. I swear he's got friends in high places.
Okay, and where do I fit in all this?
You're an outsider. You can go places we legally can't. I need someone to do a couple of things.
I need you to break the law so we can arrest this guy.
Finally, go undercover posing as a hitman. This guy is nothing minor, Jensen. He's the real deal. Major player, major consequences. We have to get him before shit hits the fan. You in?
And you know, everybody, we get those quests, and we press yes to more quests.
Can't let a guy like that roam free. I'm in.
All right then, let's get to work. Like I said, I've got a couple of very promising leads, but O'Malley's got friends among the powers that be. I wouldn't be able to get my hands on a warrant, even if I had footage of the perp confessing in real time as he's finger painting his motive on the wall in the victim's blood. So I guess we're gonna have to break a few rules.
Well, I said we play Optimus Jensen, not Bitch Baby Jensen.
Suits me. Rules would only slow me down.
Very dirty Harry of you, Jensen.
We're
But
edgy.
we still have to be careful how
We're
we
an
do
edgy
this.
optimist.
We've worked hard to catch this son of a bitch. I don't want him to walk on a technicality.
So what am I looking for in O'Malley's apartment?
Information, drugs, weapons. Basically anything you think can be used to build a stronger case against him. The more you get, the better.
Okay. What's this about getting into DRB territory?
Yeah, I need you to get in there and track down a shipment of weapons for me. We managed to gain access to solid information that will tie it to O'Malley, but I need proof it's really there. They've probably stashed it around somewhere.
A cop dealing weapons to a criminal anti-Aug gang? Not a pretty picture.
Got that right. I guess we both agree. Nothing good can come out of this, huh? I don't know where exactly the DRB's cache is, but I know there's a bonus for you if you manage to sneak in and out without being spotted. Would make shit easier to handle on my side.
What about the undercover assignment? Posing as a hitman?
O'Malley's crafty, and even a bit paranoid. He's always using proxies, scapegoats, and red herrings to get us off his ass. But after months of schmoozing, we finally got through to one of his guys. Turned him into a mole. He provides us with information, stuff like that.
And he's gonna be my way in?
Exactly. Yesterday, another one of O'Malley's guys whacked someone. A drug dealer. There's a witness, but we don't have any details. O'Malley does, and he wants someone to take care of the mess. The usual guy just got busted for possession, so the contact will send you in to pose as his replacement. O'Malley will be waiting for you in an alley next to the police station.
And you want me to milk him to get the info on the witness?
You haven't lost your touch, Jensen. We think O'Malley will ask you to retrieve the murder weapon, use it to kill the witness, and then plant it on a scapegoat he can arrest later. What you need to do is get that weapon and bring it to me.
And what about the witness?
We're almost positive he's a member of the MCBs. Once you know the location, you'll need to get there, take care of any opposition, and prep him for retrieval.
Prep him?
Well, you know, he's a gangbanger, Jensen. He's not gonna turn in peacefully, but we need him alive. So I guess you're gonna have to play this one macho and knock him out. One of our guys will then just happen to stumble upon him. You know, serendipity.
Okay, let's do this. You can contact me on my info link if anything comes up.
Excellent. Oh, and Jensen, one last thing. To protect my cover, it'd be better if you only contact me again once you've taken care of everything.
I mean, she's normally a cop, so you would be basically saying, "Hey, baby, I like that you look like a hoe now." Which doesn't sound like the Sigma-ist thing to do, as these children these days say. I think I died inside saying that. So many quests.
These riots are David Sarah's. Before you ask, no, your mirror has not been replaced, Mr. Jensen. If you ask me, these...
Leave me alone! Taggart, sociopaths.
An extremely regrettable thing.
Leave me alone! Please! Please don't!
These are the consequences of my mirror not getting replaced. No. We had to exhibit a little bit of evil in our hearts, but everything's chill now. Alright.
These riots are David Sarah's fault.
I don't know why the game is so chunky. I honestly think it's because it's an old. Alright, can I set up a poll on my phone? Why do I keep getting work messages? By Lord. Alright. What are you people dinging me about? Oh, it's someone being a fucking dink. Alright, I go to Twitch. I go to that Twitch. Because they want it to be a tech demo. I suppose. Alright, bam. We go to profile, by which I mean we go to the stream button. Stream manager? Hell yeah. Need to check in on the fulfillment center. Yeah, Welly streams his job live on Twitch. Sure, that'll go well. How do I set... That's moderator, so I could ban someone. There we go, prediction. Um, I want to give a poll. Apparently polling is the one thing you can't do on mobile. What if I go to creator dashboard? It was it /poll? So the reason why I'm trying to do this is the game gets incredibly chunky whenever... Okay, yeah, no, my phone is not agreeing with me right now. Alright. I think I am running out of steam for Deus Ex right now. Makes sense, it's a big honker of a game, and this is probably going to take as long to complete as Je ne sais quoi Silent Hill 2. So, what I'm going to do is go on the Twitch and mute myself because everybody likes Wellyception. No. Creator dashboard. We are going to do a poll. And we're probably going to do another game for a couple hours. So my question for you all, what game should we do next? So next game, Simpsons Hit and Run, because that sounds fun. I might just do a dolphin game now that I think about it. Break out the Nintendo 64 energy. Remind me about the update later. Simpsons Hit and Run. We can do... Honestly, that's it for some games I want to play right here. Where's the rest of them? Alright. Oh god, is it literally just going to be Simpsons Hit and Run? Actually, you know what? There's a cute World War I game that I'm curious about doing. So Conscript is a World War I horror game that is Resident Evil energy. Hmm. I don't think there's anything else on here. You had me at cute World War I. Actually, with that energy, Vummer has a game for recommendation called Alice, which is a incredibly fascinating, goofy horror game that I don't even know how to begin to describe, so I'll just shove that on there. I'm sorry, not Alice, Alyssa. The only problem is it was constructed by the French. And you know what? Hell, Vicky 3. We'll do a legendary Welly Vicky 3 stream. We'll set this poll for 5 minutes. Bam. Alright. However, what I do need to do now is loot ourselves.
Mr. Jensen.
Oh god, that's so creepy.
Access granted.
I keep thinking David Cage is French-Canadian. Which might be worse. I think very possibly that might be worse. We will be continuing through David Cage games at some point. Athena Margolis. So I wonder how much this place costs nowadays. So, like, if I were to go on Zillow, which I don't know if I'm feeling goofy enough about this quite yet, but basically look at Zillow, see what is this? 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, but probably looking up $3,000 a month? Yeah, that sounds about right. But then again, that defeats the point of looking for it, because we've already seeded what it is.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. I knew you and that Max were close, but I didn't realize you were that close. I'm sorry. I don't know. I guess I wanted to be reminded of what it was like to be with someone normal. You were the one who wanted us to get in hand. Now you're saying we're not normal anymore. Well, I'll try not to touch you too often with my cold, dead, metal hands. Okay?
I... That's a question. Is what you call human augmentation, for the sake of just making the body better, like, the form of, like... I don't want to say, like, auto-mutilation, because that is probably a gross misuse of that term, but I think in the perspective of this world, a great number of people do view it as kind of like a... not just a perversion, but like a confusing thing to do because you're kind of like mutilating your own body. And I'm trying to kind of like ballpark here that if we had more effective human modification going on IRL, would we believe in that? Or would we be kinder or softer to the idea of it? Are you real people or are you fake people? I think you're fake people. But I don't know. I find the ramifications of all of this very disconcerting, I do have to say. It's already been 5 minutes? Alright, so we will play some Simpsons Hit and Run for nice, chill enjoyment. Oh, I misread that.
Access granted.
Alright, so since Simpsons Hit and Run 1, we will switch to that momentarily. I am happy to be back in Deus Ex. I enjoy...
Whoa, man! That's some getup you got. What you trying to hide?
talk with our hobo-licious friends. But